So I'm going to be reading from the Gospel of Thomas and giving commentaries on it. The interesting thing about the Gospel of Thomas is it's not one of the four canonical Gospels, so people are inclined to think it's less reliable in some way. But it's really not a gospel at all in the sense of a narrative that is a sort of witness of Jesus Christ's life. And that's maybe the bigger reason it's not included in the Bible. Because as a document, all it is one of his 12 apostles, Thomas, wrote down 100 things he heard Jesus say. That's the whole thing. So it wasn't a book in the same sense. It was just, you hear a guy say something, you write it down because you wanted to put it on this list. Here's the list. So it's probably a pretty reliable guide of things he actually said, but it's not included among the four canonical Gospels. It starts out, "These are the secret sayings that the living Jesus spoke, and Didymus Judas Thomas recorded." And then there's just 100. It's just a list of 100 sayings. Although I'm seeing here there's 114 verses for whatever reason. What's the very ending? The very ending is, Jesus said, "Look, I will guide her to make her male, so that she too may become a living spirit resembling you males. For every female who makes herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven." Well, maybe that's another reason it didn't make the canonical Gospels. Maybe it'll make more sense in context. Verse 1, "And he said, 'Whoever discovers the interpretation of these sayings will not taste death.' Jesus said, 'Those who seek should not stop seeking until they find. When they find, they will be disturbed. When they are disturbed, they will marvel and will rule over all.'" That suggests a sort of path to humanity's potential for optimization ability, the ability to rule over all. And that's sort of a function of our consciousness, perhaps. If you just sort of, in some sense, solidified our intelligence and then said, go do things, supposing it weren't conscious, it might not be able to grow to meet any problem. But there's sort of this idea in a lot of our cultural stories that humanity can just keep growing in some sense, that maybe we're not doing it very fast, but the potential is there to just keep growing, in theory, to handle any problem. And that's sort of the idea of the human spirit that we talk about in literature and movies. It's the thing that cannot be properly killed, partially because of its stubbornness to live, but that's only half of it. That could be just brutally defeated. But the other half of it is the tenacity of problem solving. So Jesus outlines the path towards consciousness, sort of manifesting its potential to optimize the environment and reshape it for good at every level, the sort of most good for everybody. So this is sort of the kingdom of heaven. And he says the way you get there is those who seek should not stop seeking until they find. And when they find, they will be disturbed. So whatever you're finding, it's going to be disturbing. But then the disturbing sensations and experiences lead to marveling. And then it's the marveling that apparently then comes to the ruling over all, to the manifestation of that optimization potential. So that which is holding us back from being our most conscious and pro-social and efficacious selves is that which we are not marveling at. And that which we are not marveling at, that which we are not marveling at is that which we are not being disturbed by. And that which we are not being disturbed by is that which we have not found, because we either have not been seeking it, or we are seeking it, but we haven't arrived there yet, but we just have to keep going. So it seems to me that it's something like bridging the conscious and the subconscious. A lot of people had complicated definitions of what the shadow was. The shadow was this idea that was invented by Carl Jung. And he finally said, the shadow is just the whole subconscious. That's it. It's very simple. But it does contain that which is disturbing. That's to some degree why it's out there. And also because it's beyond our ability to properly grasp. And our ability to refine our ability to grasp and optimize that part of human potential, and our ability to sort of withstand and bear up under and persevere and survive through very difficult circumstances, you know. In some ways, the whole female half of our population lived without something that we consider profoundly necessary to really be your full and true self for the majority of history, perhaps. Maybe not the majority of prehistory, hard to say, but let's say the majority of recorded history. And on the one hand, we want to emphasize the injustice of that and the importance of coming out of that. And on the other hand, it's worth learning from how they withstood that and made a life of it anyway. And on a regular basis, there were whole lifetimes. It's an understatement to say on a regular basis. The general life for a human being for the whole of the past many thousands of years was serious privation of something that at the very least was destructive to dignity and, you know, was regularly destructive to your ability to survive, even if you were willing to give up your dignity. And within that, people regularly made a go at it and did okay, and apparently decided it was worth going on with. This is part of the image of Christ's birth, Christmas. Christmas happens right around the darkest day of the year. And so we fill it with the most light and color we can. And we fill it with all the good things. It's very much this allness. It's not so extreme in any one direction. It's family and feasting and the sacred, and it's singing and it's play. It's true, it's real play, you know, elevated and made dignified. It's all of these things. And it's right at the darkest time of the year, and we call it the most wonderful time of the year. So the meta point of it, you know, if you look at the holiday itself and the lore about it, it's the most wonderful time of the year. If you look at it as a phenomenon, an interaction between the idea, the lore, the concept itself, and the people who are interacting with the world through the lens of that concept, and finding that sometimes, yeah, it does feel like it works. It really does feel like the most wonderful time of the year, and it really did happen at the worst time of the year, the darkest and the coldest. And because we made it that way, not because it gave itself to be that way. We had to make it ourselves. And it turned out when we made it ourselves, it was not only the best, it was the best in every way, and it was the holiest of all the things that we were able to create. And part of the image of Christmas in the original sense was, of course, the nativity, the birth of Christ, and in particular, the virgin birth. Because to some degree, we can say, yeah, we're here because our parents had kids, because every single member of every generation that came before us decided it was worth having kids. And it's like, not really. Like, we can be cynical about this and say the sex drive, the lack of self-control, the lack of discipline, lack of understanding, all of these things. life finds a way, sex finds a way. It's not about anything noble or great or holy, certainly not. But the image of Christmas is that it's specifically a virgin birth, isn't it? It is, in some sense, the ultimate and most primal choosing of life that the woman mostly experiences, and the giving birth, and that everybody experiences. The woman experiences it from both sides, eventually. She can imagine what it was like for her. She can imagine which parts were rough on her, which parts could have been rough on the child. She can wonder how her mother did with her own birth, and if she bears the marks of that in any way. Women see it from both sides, but every organism experiences it from the inside once, and then lives the whole life. And the life can be utterly tragic, right? And that was Christ's life. It was Christmas, but in some sense, Christmas is not, it starts Christmas, it ends Christmas. Now we're moving on to the next thing. Christmas is the whole life of Christ, and it's the whole season, and it's the whole season that ends like that. And it's still something you choose, and you choose not just because of the sex drive, but because you choose life itself. And maybe you wouldn't have chosen that when you first began, but somewhere along the way you find reasons to keep living that go beyond what seemed like the reasons that the desire to live came to be in the first place. It's like we're becoming intelligent, we're grasping more and more of concept space. Some of it we're making ourselves, but some of it is pre-existing, waiting to be discovered. Math is the obvious example. Any species that gets intelligent enough is going to figure out certain things about math. It'll be the same things on some level, even if on some other level it's ontologically or experientially different. On some level, we all interact with the same concept space, and as we get more intelligent, we grasp more of that. At some point, there's this feeling that it grasps back at the edges. And this is Michelangelo's painting. I know Pajot doesn't like it. Pajot is an Orthodox artist and a great Christian thinker who's informed a lot of my consideration of especially Christian things, but religious and metaphysical things in general. And he doesn't like God the Father as this human man with a beard. Like, what is that? That's God the Father? That's not God the Father. He says, if you think God exists like a cup exists, then God doesn't exist. God doesn't exist anywhere in the material universe, which is why some people will criticize it and say, well, you're talking about something, whatever it is, that isn't actually a thing, that doesn't actually have any presence in material reality. You're sort of saying it only exists in the conceptual realm, but you're calling it the spiritual realm. And you're saying it's not that God doesn't exist, it's that God is beyond existence. It's like, is it that he's beyond existence, or is that it just doesn't exist? And that the idea of God is sort of the important thing, despite its non-existence, despite its lack of being present in materiality. But then the whole point of Christianity is, but yeah, that's literally exactly what happened. It's that the thing that didn't even really exist in some sense, the thing that existed beyond existence in the conceptual realm, actually did exist in the material realm once as well. And it was Christmas, and it was the worst time, and it was still the best time and the holiest time. And it was the fullest time, and it wasn't just pure, bright, white, sacred, holy light, but it was that. And it was also color, and all the colors, and hierarchies of color, and arrangements of color, and a feast for the senses, for all of the senses, and then for the soul, the family, and just everything. Full life. Christmas is that whole life of Christ. And the ending does not ruin the beginning. And the beginning somehow affects the ending. And the very ending is, of course, theoretically positive. The crucifixion is not actually the ending, according to the Christian tradition. So Christ is laying out this idea that to rule over all and to manifest consciousness, this is exactly what Jesus the man did, as he was in theory the manifested God concept in a human form. The way to rule over all as he did, or to follow in his footsteps and imitate him, or to imitate Paul as he imitates Christ, or anything like this, is you keep looking and you keep looking until you confront the shadow, and you find that the way you can handle the horribleness within it is to marvel, is to rely upon awe as a tool, as a amulet of protection. But beyond all of those, of course, not so physical, perhaps. Um, and then in that marveling at the horribleness within the shadow, there comes the integration between the two. And then you rule over all. You become more and more conscious, and consciousness has its place, improving the world around it as part of the process of transforming the world within. So, it occurs to me that to do something in a sacred way is to do it in simultaneously the white light of the timeless, sacred, holy way, and the colorful, multiplicitous rainbow of materiality with its inevitable subtraction from the white light of complete integration of all. And you want both of these stacked on top of each other, just like you want matriarchies and patriarchies stacked on top of each other. And here you want the disturbing and the marveling, the awesome, the awful, the great and the terrible things of God to juxtapose. And Frank Yang is this guy enlightened in the Buddhist tradition of things, and he says it's like complete fullness of everything and complete emptiness of everything at the same time. It's like the brightest white light and the darkest darkness at the same time. And there's like this, so white light in my mind, that's like the nervous system, and that's complete differentiation of all things. And then the darkness is complete non-differentiation, and that's love in some sense. It's love alone does not work, but it does build the thing that works, so it kind of works by itself. And it's non-differentiated, it's matriarchal, non-hierarchical. But then you want to overlay that with the hierarchical sort of pointing, narrowing of direction of resources, not just flowing them around in a way that basically works, but directing them in certain directions, making sacrifices, and then relying on love to guide that process. This I heard a woman say once that the man is the head of the family, but the woman is the neck, and that the turning of the head was in some sense something she appreciated more than being the head itself. So anyway, that's Jesus's second saying here in the Gospel of Thomas. Now to the third. Jesus said, "If your leaders say to you, 'Look, the Father's imperial rule is in the sky,' the kingdom of heaven. The Father's imperial rule. The kingdom of heaven is in the sky. Then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, 'It is in the sea,' then the fish will precede you. Rather, the Father's imperial rule, the kingdom of heaven, is inside you and outside you. When you know yourselves, then you will be known, and you will understand that you are children of the living Father. But if you do not know yourselves, then you live in poverty, and you are the poverty." This reminds me of C.S. Lewis's last book in the Narnia series, The Last Battle, which is his version of the Book of Revelation, basically. And at the end, when everybody's dead, they're all in this the kingdom of heaven with Aslan the lion, and he's giving them a feast. And there are these poor dwarves who are dead too, and they are right there, but they're not enjoying it. And they're like, "Hey, can you give them a feast too?" And he says, "I'll show you what I can give them and what I can't give them." And he gives them a feast, and all they see is like an old turnip and like a piece of like moldy bread or something. And he says, "It's all heaven, see? The kingdom of heaven. Jesus said this in one of the canonical gospels. If somebody tells you, look, the kingdom of heaven is here or there, don't listen to them. The kingdom of heaven is within you. And your experience of the world around you, there is the material world, that's earth, but then there's you experiencing it. And somewhere in the interplay between those, you get not just the material earthly world with its low turn-upness, but you get the kingdom of heaven. You get a state of consciousness which can interact with any material circumstance and be the key to its lock and the lock to its key, and be mutually transformed with it, and be pulled into the middle way, as Buddhism might call it, or the straight and narrow way, as Christ called it, of heaven, the way of heaven, where heaven is heaven because heavenly people live there. And that makes it heaven partially because they literally transform the world around them to make it more heavenly, but also because it's already heavenly to them. That's that juxtaposition of differentiation with maximum efficiency and effectiveness, with a sort of urgency in the transformation of a world which is not heaven for most people, and they don't know how to make it heaven. Just because there's a way to make it heaven doesn't mean that we shouldn't make it easier on them in the meantime. So, if it sucks working out in the field and you say, well, Buddha wouldn't have been suffering. Have you tried being Buddha about this? Go practice some being good at dealing with suffering. This way we don't have to resolve your suffering. And in some sense, I think Christianity was favored by the Romans of the creation of the Holy Roman Empire because it made citizens less, it's hard to say, were they less revolutionary? At least, I don't know if they were or weren't, but part of the idea was that it made them meek and humble, and that was good for empires and good for citizenship. You can be whatever you want to be, but you also have to be a Christian. And if you're all whatever you are, but also Christians, then the differences in your particular and peculiar codes of conduct will be balanced out by the Christian layer and brought together into a unity. Every soldier can have his warrior's code, but he has to have an even deeper code that says that the warrior's code gives way to the Christian code, to the final code, to the code of Christ, or whatever it may be in the tradition. But the point is, the individual code of the individual virtuous citizen in their differentiation must have an element of that white light that unifies and harmonizes all the layers together. And so the priest can have his particular priestly way, but he must always remember that on top of being a part of a differentiated hierarchy, he is part of the other layer of non-differentiated, unified, whole, loving community. And and that's basically what's worshipped in a society. It's whatever is used to resolve differences between groups at the deepest level. That's the ruling principle. And according to the Christian tradition, anything you put in that place, and if you really worship it and you sacrifice everything else to it, if you have to make sacrifices, you'll create hell unless you put the right thing there. Like, giving sacrifices to something is no joke. And the result will be reliably hellish if you put any image there, even the image of God. It has to not be an image. It has to be something else. And it's supposedly something ineffable. And you might say, well, it's ineffable, but we wish we could F it. We wish we could describe it. The ineffable is that which is indescribable. And the answer perhaps is no. Richard Dawkins sort of touches on this idea when he says, I don't know if science will find all of the answers and will really know how it all works, or if it will never come to the end and will always be learning. And I don't know which is more exciting or more beautiful or more elegant, whatever it was he said. So maybe the idea is it is unending, and so what we have to put in the highest place, the thing which we sacrifice everything to when we have to, is that which we don't understand, that which we can't aim, that which is not the optimization, and not which is anti-optimization, right? You don't want an anti-patriarchy overlapping with a patriarchy. Now that's just chaos. An anti-patriarchy is as bad as a patriarchy in all the normal ways, and then even worse because it's an anti-patriarchy. And when you put an anti-patriarchy and a patriarchy in the same room, then you get fighting. On some level, it's war. Whatever the level is, it's war, and that's inefficient and it's wasteful. That is not what you do with a poorly designed patriarchy. uh, you want the simultaneous layer of something like the matriarchy. You want a steering mechanism that doesn't have to work within the system. You want to have the system working well from inside, but you need a correction mechanism that doesn't absolutely rely on that. You have to have the ineffable as the sort of ultimate thing which you go to when everything is failing and everything is on fire and everything you know says to do this. And at that point, you finally say, look, everything I know is what's got me here in the first place. So I'm now going to literally aim in the way that seems like dumbest, but that sort of feels right. It's not really the dumbest way. That's more like the anti-patriarchy, the exact opposite of poorly aimed system of distributing and processing resources. But no, you want something which unifies and harmonizes by bringing in all the disparate parts. That's the sort of non-differentiating, more matriarchal system. And so it's not just do the opposite of the patriarchy or something. It's instead of using the aiming system to make your choice, you sort of feel what feels right when you're going by feeling. You might say, but the feeling isn't reliable. I'll tell you what the feeling is reliable for. It's reliable for not being what your aiming says to do. So the fact of its reliability is that's sort of judging it on its ability to substitute for an aiming mechanism, which is what it kind of does need to do. And it's good that it does so successfully, but it's okay that it doesn't do so perfectly because it's not exactly its natural tendency. So in this sense, both systems learn from each other. They don't just have their part and overlap with each other. They then learn from each other, and each learns to do a version of the other's job. All of that is necessary to have a robust, properly sort of processing, something that builds consciousness into itself and can handle the difficulties that the current way of looking and thinking about things, it's not going to work. We know it's not working. We have all our reasons and all of our excuses and everything we say about who's at fault and why it's gone wrong, but that's all part of what's come to this end anyway. Right? You've been saying that this whole time, and saying it didn't make things work. Nothing has made things work. So maybe we need to do something that normally wouldn't be better, but given that we know what we're doing doesn't work, maybe we aim a little bit less narrowly and emphasize a little bit more love and a little bit less sanitization, purity, and cutting away at the imperfect. And we look at what we can appreciate about each other and not what we can even justifiably, I mean, obviously very justifiably in many cases, but we can justifiably hate each other if we want. And if all we care about is what's justified, then maybe that's what we'll do. But if we care about what will work and what will make things better for everyone, including you and every part of you, and it's really a very good deal in that sense. What could work instead would be to love each other because it would work, instead of criticize each other because it's justified. So Jesus says, if you do not know yourselves, you live in poverty, and you are the poverty. And that's the dwarves in the last battle. When they're dead and they have a feast, we all have a feast all the time, even if you are imprisoned and all you have is an old turnip to eat. If Jesus were in that situation, he'd be in the kingdom of heaven. He'd be feeling peace and joy and love. He'd be having a great old time at life. That's what he was great at. He could redeem a life even the bad life circumstances. And he could find a way of doing that suffering. And he might say on the cross, oh, to be back in that moment in prison with the turnip. If I could, in this moment when the suffering becomes too great, and even Christ says, somehow God feels separate from himself. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? And maybe the cross was the only thing hard enough. Or maybe the cross went just until it got hard enough that even God felt separate from itself. And then one step beyond that, in faith, to even despite the feeling of separation, following it up with, into thy hands I commend my spirit. Maybe that's the point, as it goes up to that point, the point where the separation feels real from the inside, even to this material manifestation of the highest concept or some such thing. The winning meme is one way to think about it, maybe. In the mimetic battle royale, what is the winning meme and why does it win? And maybe it's not conquest, but it doesn't despise conquest, and it's not anything, but it doesn't despise anything, and it unifies all things in love, and it helps bring out the best in everything, and it helps bring consciousness to as many things as are willing to receive it. And if this is the principle of something like love, and this is what Christ was talking about, that was the principle that led to higher consciousness, which would transform the individual and ultimately the world, if it were allowed to grow as from a seed, then ultimately you could know yourself, everybody could know themselves, and they could not live in poverty and not be the poverty. And even if they were in circumstantial poverty, they'd bear it like Christ bore it. And if they couldn't do that, then Christ would, and Christianity might claim that Christ would then bear the extra for you or something. Maybe there's something to that. If you suffer so much that your higher consciousness just nopes out and is like, nah, I don't want to be part of this. And that's what puts a limit on suffering. Like if it ever gets too bad, you can just commit suicide at a superficial level and just be like, I won't be so conscious about this. And in very, very painful situations, it's not really like a normal person experiencing what their normal pain times 1,000 or whatever. It's that because it's times 1,000, the subjective experience manages not to be times 1,000 because it decreases its sensitivity, it decreases its level of consciousness, basically. And so maybe the Christian, a version, a metamodern comment on the Christian tradition would be that maybe the Christian tradition offers salvation from suffering when we think things are too bad. They're actually not as bad as we sometimes imagine they are. Loss of consciousness is a regular escape from suffering, and it exists on a spectrum. It's not just this all or nothing thing. And if you decide not to be conscious because something is too difficult, Christ holds on to the possibility of consciousness for that level of existence anyway. Maybe that's the sense in which he saves the individual. The version of you that you could have been is the version of you that you can maybe still potentially access or be. Because where you dropped the ball, it somehow is still there waiting for you. And maybe that's metaphysical, or maybe, as the Christians say, it really is personal. Somehow it's not a dynamic, it's not a subtle dynamic of organization or intelligence or consciousness or metaphysics or physics or anything. It's actually a person. That's an idea, and we are trying to figure out why anything is conscious at all. And if anything can be conscious, but we don't know how it works, then it gets harder to say what can't be conscious. So, the Father's imperial rule is inside you. The kingdom of heaven is inside you and outside you. It's what you're in right now. That is the kingdom of heaven. And it doesn't look that way and it doesn't feel that way. But in this exact moment, you can generate Christ consciousness as the co-pilot in your consciousness, not to replace your consciousness. Christianity would emphasize the salvation of the individual. It's not escape from suffering by the blowing out of the candle of your individuality. That's what Buddhism says. extinguish that candle forever. It's not real anyway. But Christianity says, no, have the fire. Have the fire in a huge spiraling hierarchy of candles on a tree, cut down and made vulnerable to flame. And let's make it the most beautiful thing and ride the danger here and make it work and make it beautiful partially because of that danger. I'm thinking of like an animated version of the Nutcracker's Christmas where the huge family tree of the rich family, I guess, was lit with candles because it was the era before electric lights. So is that really what they did? That seems dangerous. Was that part of what made it what it was? Anyway, even if you're in material poverty or privation or prison or betrayal or physical suffering, there's theoretically a layer of consciousness which does not have to replace yours, but which can redeem yours, which can bring out the best within you, including the best individual, most idiosyncratic, special parts of you. You're right that they're beautiful. You're right that there's something great about the fire of the individual. Buddhism says to get rid of it, but no, there's another way that can get rid of suffering or do something as good as that. So the Christian tradition would say, is as good as that, which redeems the suffering. And that if you can maintain the Christ consciousness layer in you, then that each moment of experience which has that is redeemed. And you can withstand the privations of life, and you can do so in a way that makes them better for you and for everyone else too. The Christian way is not just about escaping suffering. It's about helping others escape suffering, and it's not just by helping them learn how to escape it, it's by helping everyone learn to build a world with less suffering in it, but a world that also inspires people, because when suffering does not drive you, there must be motivation somewhere else. The call to moreness despite the okayness of now, especially relative to past times of relatively frequent hunger and starvation and horrible disease and plagues and all of it. We have it cushy in most ways, by most standards, at least as far as our species goes. But we must not be complacent. We must feel the urgency of moreness despite the lack of privation and suffering to force it upon us. And to some degree, we're like becoming more sensitive to suffering in an attempt to maintain this. A lot of people with the most energy today seem to be the ones who feel the most victimized, the most suffering. And they legitimize and redeem their suffering in some sense, and they even turn it toward transforming the world to be a better place. So it's like a sort of shadow of Christianity in some sense. But there must be a version of it that doesn't tempt you to suffer a little extra, to get a little extra cred, and to do what you have to do to prove the reality of that suffering, and have a history and like a backlog of evidence, an evidence folder you can use to justify your existence. You don't need that to justify your existence. And if there's nothing else as motivating, and there's too much pain and you need relief, there may be a way that allows you to look after the good of every part of yourself, including the parts that feel hungry and underserved right now, and would be better for them and for you at every level of your organism and your existence and your life and the way you related to life. And you could make the world a better place, but you could have a better time of it along the way. You don't need to suffer along the way. Christ theoretically didn't feel separate, didn't lose the kingdom of heaven even for a moment, until at one time at the very end, just so that he could exercise the faith and then wrap it up and voluntarily give up the ghost, as the story goes. Because he didn't die of fatal wounds. That's the thing. We say anyone killed Jesus, and it's like, well, he would have died if he'd stayed up there long enough. But his actual death, he died of non-fatal wounds via an apparently voluntary process. So Well, maybe that's associated with some way in why people say he could voluntarily come back. Of course, the thorn in the side of any theory of his non-physical death has always been the spear in the side of Christ. When blood and water came out, and you're going to have a hard time explaining what he could have possibly done that would have allowed him to not technically die, but leave his blood like chemically altered like that, like broken down, however that, I don't know how it works. On the other hand, right before his crucifixion, it's noted that he sweat blood from every pore. So I would say just shy of that, you got incredible circulation right up to the surface of the skin. You've got amazing blood flow across the whole body. I bet it could have been preparatory for his incoming ordeal. And if he had that level of control over his blood, and then could even push it out, maybe he did this just a tiny amount, I don't know. People sort of think of it as something thrust upon him. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe he did it to some degree on purpose. Most people who have things thrust upon them do not experience that at all. He was able to do something remarkable with his body that involved it being extremely well integrated so that circulation could go from the core to the very superficial tip, the whole end, bathe literally the whole organism in it, inside and out. Very interesting. Very interesting. And then the crown of thorns up at the crown, and the chakra, 7 chakras, the crown chakra, is associated with the palm here, and this is the 3rd chakra, 4th, 5th, 1st, and 2nd. That's how that works. And then here, the wrist is the 6th, the 3rd eye. Maybe theories, I think some people say Christ was nailed not just through the palm, but also through the wrist. That's very interesting. And then the crown of thorns, it's like if you wanted to use the Hindu system for accessing the crown chakra, you could not think of a way of like stimulating it while also torturing it to some degree, than like specifically accessing these parts of the palms, specifically this part of the body. It's not just a superstition that sort of our usness is up here or something. The crown of thorns is like somehow related maybe. And it all takes on this very story-like, almost dreamlike thing where these vaguely magical synchronicities and so on. He says he's a king, and then they put the crown on him, and it's the crown that is physically involved in a process of channeling. Let's say, what would you say? According to the Hindu tradition, if you're accessing the crown chakra, you're like accessing cosmic energy or something. And this is where you would theoretically go to avoid pain if you needed to. Supposedly the Buddha could no longer suffer. He could experience the physical sensation of pain, but it would never get to the point of suffering. And maybe if he was physically afflicted more and more and more, and at some point it became harder and harder and harder, he would move more and more into cosmic transcendent consciousness to avoid suffering. And then maybe there's some way to do that where even if you're the Buddha, you can somehow still lose touch with it. You can do on purpose the act of separation from self that theoretically God did in the beginning to create all things. Like it's thrust upon us. We don't ask to be born, but in some sense, and we don't ask to be burdened with the necessity of death itself and also the process of approaching death. And some religions make you feel safe from the death itself, the moment of death, but what about the hours, even the minutes? In most cases, the days, weeks, months, or years leading up to it. And that's all there, and you have to live through it, even if you have a hope that when it's over, it'll be not over, and it'll be not over in a good way. So the kingdom of heaven is within you. And it's your experience right now. If you can have Christ's consciousness, not replacing yours, but as an added layer that redeems all of you, shores up your weak points, brings out the best of your strengths, makes you more you. C.S. Lewis talks about this. You have to give up having your idiosyncratic, unique fingerprint of a personality. But then when you do, you find that it gets like supercharged. It turns into a circuit and not just like a dead fingerprint. It's charged with energy and it processes things, and you become the real you to mediate between heaven and earth, conceptual realm, and the material reality. You begin to optimize the world and transform yourself along the way. This is the idea. The kingdom of heaven can be in you. You don't have to lose your individuality even. You can escape suffering, or have something at least as good as escaping suffering for dealing with suffering and every other aspect of life, all balanced, all together. That's the idea. The whole point is the allness and the harmony. And the idea is there's every moment of life, everything you have to deal with in your experience, and your way of relating to it outputs a certain amount of energy and suffering and consciousness. And Christ's way of dealing with the same circumstance would output a much higher level of consciousness. It would be like the kingdom of heaven. And if you co-simulate, if you are co-conscious, this is like the poppiest Christian idea, and yet it seems so apropos for the metaphysics or whatever here. It's Christ is the co-pilot. Your life is the plane. You're just up here giving orders of some kind, and then you co-simulate the consciousness of Christ, and you get to see him handle your situation, and you see how you're handling it worse, and that's your sin. And maybe that's what Jesus here says will disturb you, but then you have to marvel. You're disturbing at your sin, but then you're marveling at the fact that Christ can be in this very moment of sin and experiencing the kingdom of heaven. Not just when suffering privation, when actively sinning. That's, Christ goes up to people and he says, your sins are forgiven you. Already. Your sins are already forgiven you. You want to know how I would feel in the middle of your sins? Connected to God. And you know what? That's okay. And it's not just okay for me, it's okay for you. And this is what I think Paul later says. He thought it not robbery to make himself equal to God. And say, the reason this feels like connection to God and the kingdom of heaven to me is that I see it as part of heaven. This is part of God's creation. God has created me and has created this moment and even created my free will. And although on the one hand, I have the choice about how to aim things, and I'll have more or less sin, and there will always be sin to some degree, missing of the mark, imperfect imitation of the way Christ would do it, that will mean that I have a lower level of consciousness as I experience my life. But so what? That's okay. That's the whole reason for your creation, is to have a unique color or combination of colors that makes a unique fingerprint of consciousness that was not part of the unified totality of all. Right? There are the people that will say things like God was lonely in being everything, everywhere, all at once. And he said, I want to be separate to some degree. And I want to know what it's like to have a dialogue and not know what the other person is going to say. The other person for God is experience. And then God is the awareness. And then the sun is the manifestation of that consciousness in the material universe, because the material universe has generated a shape with sufficient complexity that it's isomorphic to pre-existing structures in the conceptual realm. Math is pre-existing, and our shape basically is math of a kind. It's at least isomorphic to math. And maybe that makes it an adequate point of connection for the conceptual realm, the material realm to touch. This is like what Peterson talks about with Pajot, and people sort of describe it as the moment they feel like he's really approaching Christianity, because he says, maybe Christ is this idea that the narrative and the physical world touch, and that seems oddly plausible. Now he says narrative where I'm saying conceptual. Maybe that's what I'm missing, or maybe, I don't know, narrative instead of conceptual, because I would say, yeah, the narrative it's arbitrary to some degree. It's a differentiation. It has less of the truth than the whole, and yet more of the truth of itself than the whole in some sense. That's why I think you want the overlapping white light and something like the rainbow. And what that really means is all possible combinations of all frequencies other than complete and total harmony across all of them, which is the white light. You want those interposed, overlapping, each playing their essential role. Yes, the one we sort of in some ways are trying to move toward the more conceptual or heavenly realm or something, like we are aiming in this direction. And yet, at the same time, the conceptual realm is aiming at redeeming this level of consciousness and this level of life. The harder your life is, the harder it is to have consciousness within it. And when your life is easy, it's easy to be conscious about it. And that moment can be, I don't know. I'm reminded of Christ's bread of life sermon. I think that's John 6. Let me just look that up real quick. I am the bread of life. He that cometh to me. Where is it? The bread which cometh down from heaven and giveth life unto the world. Not like Moses gave bread from heaven, but to the body, and then the body died. But Jesus said, I am the bread of life, the logos, this principle of love, of redemption, of consciousness, redeeming the material, and the material taking on the forms and the structures of the conceptual realm. He that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst. Do you really believe in Christ, or do you just think you're supposed to believe in Christ, or you're afraid not to believe in Christ? Because maybe the question isn't whether you intellectually and as a static belief hold the proposition that Christ is this or that or whatever. The point is, can your moment of consciousness in a given moment maintain connection to Christ, to Christ's co-consciousness, and not have to be that consciousness, but to be redeemed by watching how he would redeem your life if he were in your shoes. Except he's not really in his shoes. He's in his shoes in your body. So it's the world, it's your consciousness, it's Christ's consciousness. There's a trinity here where Christ acts as the mediator between your point of consciousness and the life circumstances, which is sending you sensory data, and which your physical organism is somehow, it's in an isomorphic relationship to your experience subjectively. And one way or another, the consciousness in you is in some ways affecting the physical structure of the organism, and noticing where the layers can and should harmonize for the good of the whole organism. And so that's sort of what consciousness is just there for, to say, yep, there's love in this direction. Because love is that sensation, the sensation of seeing how, if everybody's willing to give, and everybody's willing to receive, and everybody's willing to learn, and everybody's willing to teach, then the whole thing self-organizes and self-harmonizes. But you have to have all of these ingredients. We place so much moral emphasis on people's need to give. The rich should be giving more. And I kind of feel like that's true. And at the same time, I feel like if you were that wealthy, you would have trouble giving and feeling like you were doing as much good with your money as you could. Like, you could give half of it to some charity, but then go watch that charity. See how they use your money and ask yourself, are you happy with how that was used? Are you happy just giving all of your money? You're going to go from rich to poor because you're going to help people, but you don't know how to give it to people. So you give it to some charity, and then you get to see if it was worth it. And you're like, the institutions set up for receiving money need a lot of improvement. And that whole everybody needs to learn and learn to teach. Some of the people who have a lot to give, they have a lot to give in terms of money, and they have a lot to give in terms of teaching. But they can't teach and trust that people will listen and learn. Everybody has to be willing to both teach and learn. And we get caught in these juxtapositions where we're like, I don't want to learn, you need to learn. And I don't need to love, you need to love. And I don't need to give, you need to give. And it feels like a trick to propose that everybody gives to everybody, and everybody learns from everybody, and everybody teaches everybody, and everybody receives from everybody. But if you can ever get past that point of it seeming like a trick, you can self-organize in this sort of combination of loving and wisdom, loving and wise way, and you get this highly efficient consciousness raising organism that's operating at a higher level now. And this is just like how molecules arrange into cells, and cells arrange into tissues, and tissues into animals, and at the level of people, we start to form like a superorganism, and we have like ideas of egregores and vague forces that are sort of beyond us. We're starting to become conscious on a higher level of organization. We're beginning to reach a point of global, the UN, started a long time ago, and we're now really getting to a point where global organization is seeming possible in a way like never before. But there's a lot of dangers with that, and it needs to not be an isolated hierarchy. It needs to be interwoven with something like a matriarchy. You want both of these things acting upon each other and learning from each other and giving to each other in all of this. And so, if I could offer a minor correction to John Lennon's Imagine, for example, he says, imagine no countries. And we know he's thinking to some degree about a unification of all. We're all just people living on a planet together. And he's right that there's something beautiful in that, but there's also something potentially tyrannical in that. And the way to get and enjoy the best that is within the higher levels of consciousness that are always at the edge of our individual organisms and our societies is to look for the way to do it that doesn't overemphasize the highest point relative to the intermediary points. The stone that sits on the very top of the mountain doesn't think it's more important than the stone at the bottom or the stones in the middle. And if it does, it becomes a tyrant. And so it's essential that the king simultaneously be just one more citizen among everyone else. This is like the ideal that we saw to some degree in the American founding fathers. John Adams was president, took a public carriage somewhere. Somebody's given him like, you're the president, what are you doing here? And he's like, stop looking at me like that. I'm just another citizen. And it's like, on the one hand, he's fought and risked his life and his fortunes and his sacred honor to have this hierarchy that he hopes is the best in the world. And seems like it might have been, because it was immediately thereafter copied. The constitutional republic model was then copied all around the world and created the most prosperous societies around the world. And we're still in the middle of that to some degree. And yet, although he believes in the hierarchy in such a big way and participated in creating it, and he's literally the man at the top, the president, and on another level, he's just one human person, and we're all just a human person. But you can't let either of these perspectives destroy the other. Jimi Hendrix was good at this, at least as he's depicted in that movie about him, because there's like, they're auditioning drummers, and there's this guy, he's fierce, and you see how he's giving Jimmy the side eye the whole time. I didn't like how he was looking at you. And Jimi Hendrix comes in and he's like, yeah, man, the cat's fierce. You can't knock a cat for being fierce. He's doing this jazz thing and won't be rock like everybody else is doing. And it's like, that's the real version of that thing. It's so unpersuasive and somewhat repulsive when somebody's like, you should be more loving, and they're like, you're so judgmental, why are you so oppressive to the people around you? And it's like, there's a place for that, obviously, but there's a falseness in the way this organism is enacting that behavior in this context. And you're trying to justify all three on the basis of the action itself being correct and noble according to some moral philosophy. And it's like, fine, like that's an important thing to bring to the table. We want that part of the analysis, and sometimes it's the most important one. But when you hold it alongside the other points of analysis, which say, yeah, but should this person be doing it? And is this the context? And they say no, and even if it says yes, maybe then it should compromise. So there's this idea of everything giving, but everything taking, and everything learning, but everything teaching, and everything. Elon Musk needs to learn from other people, but he has a lot to teach people. And you know what? He might have more to teach us than we have to teach him. And that is just allowed to be true if it's true. But it could also be that he has more to learn, you know? But I think it's reasonable to say if he can do things that most people can't do, if he has abilities, if he gets things done, if he has energy, if he has consciousness, you know what? That kind of speaks for itself. And if he were doing and saying what he were if he were saying what he were saying and he was just some guy, we'd say what a jerk. But when we know that the same consciousness that says these things can also get things done, we say, I may disagree with the message, but I appreciate the opportunity to observe the messenger and the message in the context of this world we share, because I wish more people had that ability to get things done. And I wish he had a little bit more of the ability that some of us have to be more sophisticated in our use of lots of things. But at the end of the day, we all have to learn and teach and give and receive. And that means the poor have to receive, right? And this is part of the hypocrisy when these people in the top, take and say the top 50% of the world. That's sort of an obvious dividing point, isn't it? Are you in the top richest 50% of the world? Are you? Because I don't know, what is that? Let me just Google that real quick. Top 50. How do you say this? What would this be? This is like average wealth or the median wealth? I want the 50% mark along population lines. How wealthy is I guess this is probably the median person in the world. I don't know if this is right. Is this true? Global average wealth per adult is 84,000. Total wealth. So that's not an income, it's a wealth. Average. Median. Okay, median may be different. The median wealth per person in the world is 8,600. So if you have $8,600 or something that's worth the equivalent of $8,600, for example, earning potential far above, I think the median is the one here. What is the median income in the world? Median income, the median household income is about $3,000 a year. That's for a household, not an individual. So per person, we're talking probably under 1,500, under 1,000 for a lot of people. Although, it's not the same. Here on 1,000, you'd be completely homeless. A lot of people on these really small incomes still have a home, so you have to think about rent and so forth. But there's something false, and it doesn't work. It doesn't land well when somebody who makes 70th percentile income or has 70th percentile wealth is really insisting super vehemently and critically that the 99th and the top 1 percentile should be helping them and everyone else, and they don't help the 70% below them. They're not willing to become poorer for the sake of another person. And, that's what they're asking the rich to do. And they say, yeah, but it's not the same. Like poorer for you, poorer for me, it's different. It is, but you're not doing it for you. And you might say, poor for me might mean I have to turn the thermostat down and wear sweaters around the house or something. Poorer for you isn't remotely an inconvenience. Poorer for somebody else, though, is hunger. And you could wear a sweater and then take care of their hunger. But if we were wealthy, we'd be probably not giving as much away as we think people should give away. We judge them, but we'd be living a luxurious life. And frankly, you look at people like Elon Musk and you say, how much of that is a luxurious life? What is he really? He's wielding power, and that's real. But as far as the idea of a luxurious life, how many? It would take millions, not billions, to sustain his luxury. And his luxury, his life consists of a lot of work. Most people would be working less than that if they didn't have to do it. And he doesn't have to do it, but he does it anyway. And he makes the cars happen. The cars exist. They weren't in the world before, and now they are in the world, and there are charging stations, and all of this theoretically contributes to global warming, and it's a really great thing. A great thing that happened, like that actually made a difference in the world. Like, tell me who made a bigger difference than that? Who cut emissions more than the electric car guy? I mean, do we care about these things? This is part of the hypercriticality of the sort of postmodern tail end of our culture right now. And the transition over to metamodernity requires that we become less sanitized. Like, get a grip. I'm sorry, life isn't sanitized, but it's not. You can put it off for a long time, but death and sickness and old age are coming for you. And you should figure out what you're going to do about that and start living in context of those realities. And once you've done that, the other stuff seems small by comparison. And when you hear other people complaining about how bad the small stuff is, you're just like, I know it can feel that way. Your experience really is as unpleasant as you say it is. But by the way, you're going to have to deal with suffering at some point. And if you did and faced that, you could then handle the suffering in your life partially by, transforming the world, but partially just by being able to deal with the situation with a better, more conscious perspective. And when you transformed the world, a lot of that would be transforming the world in your actual awareness, the stuff that's right here. And if you're not doing that and all you want to do is tell everybody how bad they are for not voting to make the right people the leaders of the political hierarchy, it comes across a bit false. And it shows that, yes, the world needs to learn to give more, but that includes you. And if we're not at that level, let's not get distracted criticizing each other for not being at that level. Let's get to that level. And that doesn't look like pointing out that we're not saints to each other, even though we're right and we deserve that. And we could deserve a lot of emotional rage and hatred and jealousy and envy against each other. But still, if it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And look at where we have brought ourselves. That's not going to work. And what we're doing right now is not going to fix it. At some point, there's going to be a pivot. And we're either going to make that pivot when privation and pain and penury force it upon us, and we do whatever the very painful sacrifice is to say, fine. And along the way, you're going to admit you're wrong. You were wrong about something. You could have staved this off if you'd been willing to admit you were wrong instead of prove your hypothesis in the court of nature and cultural destruction. Because you'll find out one way or another. This is the idea that Peterson talks about. Your thoughts die so you don't have to. and your philosophy dies, so you and your culture don't have to. And if your philosophy says turn B, expected result is everything will suck, but I have a very convincing case for why we should take this turn B. Maybe we should go meta and say, I don't care how persuasive this model is from the inside. If it's just going to lead us to a world that sucks, we need to open up our consciousness to other possibilities. And it's not working, so the time has come. And a lot of people think, we need to be criticizing the rich and the powerful. There's no way we're going to get rid of that. The way out of this is to criticize them better and force them to be better. There's maybe an element of that, but it's coming across false for a lot of very good reasons. And if they're not willing to give, and you're not willing to give, and if you received from them, would you give to those beneath you then? Because I bet a lot of rich people would be willing to give if they could actually trust. They could say, hey, can I give you 10K? And you'll give 1K each to people who need it more than you, and go on their way and be like, I know that $1,000 went to that guy who had helped, and $9,000 went to other people who needed it more. I feel good about how I was able on a whim to just do a good thing in the world. You think it's that easy for them? They can't just walk up to some random person and give them $10,000. They can't trust them to use it well. They don't know if it's going to go to anything good. A year later, they come back and the person's in the exact same situation, and they're like, you saved my life. It was a windfall. And then I got right back here anyway. And it's like, you say I saved your life. It feels from the inside to a lot of people like it would just save their life if somebody gave them 5K, 10K. Finally, they could turn it around. But is that really true? And the other point I'm getting at is it's actually hard to give effectively to some degree. And that is partially because people can't be trusted. And if people could be trusted, we could just give our resources to each other and solve all our problems. But we can't. If we started giving our resources to each other right now, when that kind of wisdom isn't in place, people can't be trusted. They're not going to do good things necessarily. You could give a bunch of money away, come back a couple of years later, and a lot of it would have gone to waste, and maybe most of it. And maybe we're already giving a lot of money to things that seem like they're making a difference, but most things don't seem like they're making a difference. And we don't know how to figure out where to give the money. And if we could just trust people, we wouldn't have to know. I'd give it to you, and then I'd trust you to give it to somebody else, and you'd trust them to give it to somebody else. We could just give money to the neighbor. And as soon as I got $10,000, I could say, man, I could really use 5,000 of this. And then I say, I'm going to give 9,000 of it on anyway. And hopefully another 10,000 will arrive for me. But you know what? Somebody needs it more than me, even though I need 4,000 of this. I'm going to risk my comfort and I'm going to live poorer. But that wouldn't happen. So we need to fix this from every angle at the same time. That's the maximum efficiency. And frankly, at this point, I think we need the maximum efficiency. It seems like we're at that point that empires reach, and we've reached it faster, maybe because of technology and cultural sophistication. But we're in that sort of stage where things are falling apart, and everybody wants to have a good time. They don't want to suffer. They don't want to build. They don't want to work. They want the people who do these things to pay. They see it as justified. They're right. They are right. They are right. They are right for a lot of reasons. And on the other hand, they're not wise enough that the rich could even solve the problem simply if they wanted to. There's a ton of work that needs to be done, and somebody needs to do that work and not just give the money. So, if we all learn to learn from each other, even those who are beneath us, according to us, and we all learn to teach each other, even those who are above us, according to us, and we all learn to give to each other, even those who don't need from us, We say, you're wealthy. I'm not going to give you my emotional support. Go buy it from a therapist. Give what you can, to who you can, to who can receive it, if they can receive it. And we must all be able to receive, even if we think we're supposed to be the givers. And we should all give and all receive and all teach and all learn. And if we all did that, we would spontaneously self-organize into solving all of our problems. Is that crazy? Like, you think about how that can't possibly be true. But then you say, yeah, but everybody's learning and teaching and giving and receiving. So then we'd give the resources necessary. And at some point, we'd run out of problems to solve. But just like in your individual life, most of your problems are things you could already solve if you would solve them. You already know how to eat better, how to sleep better, how to rest better, how to recreate better, how to work better, how to do everything better. But the knowledge isn't enough. And we have so many things that are like, if people would just do X, Y, Z, it would solve the world. And some of them then get a lot of resentment build up about how people won't just do the thing. And they become violent. But people won't just do the thing for a reason. And if you keep going deeper, instead of pretending you have it all worked out, because you have it worked out at the societal level, and that means you get to ignore the level of the individual and the subpersonalities, and you get to ignore everything else because it's at the highest, and the highest is the only one that matters. That is a recipe for tyranny. You need to simultaneously have the highest level organized, global organization. We do need to cooperate at that level. It's essential. And at the same time, we don't want no more countries. We need the countries to be stronger than ever, to balance things out against the world government, and to be able to efficiently process signals from lower down, pass them up the hierarchy to the highest level, so that the people have an actual voice that speaks to the highest level. This is a point that Peterson and Pajot have made in their paper on subsidiary identity, that if our organization as a species becomes more and more about the individual level and the global level, and nothing in between, everything in between is tyrannical. Well, by fighting that tyranny, we're forcing organization and regulation to show up at the higher level of the global organization. And which poison do you want? Tyrannies in the middle or tyranny at the top? And tyrannies in the middle would be better, because a tyranny at the top without intermediate layers to process signaling, it couldn't be a good government if it wanted to. It literally can't hear you because there's 8 billion of you, and how is it supposed to listen to everybody at the same time? It's going to inevitably fall prey to listening to whichever voices are capable of making themselves heard. And that will inevitably not represent the tiny, detailed, idiosyncratic needs of individual nations, let alone people, let alone individuals. People will be falling through the cracks like mad. We'll be trying to make a whole pyramid out of nothing but cracks. So it'll be simultaneously tyrannical and ineffectual. You need the middle layers of organization so that the tyranny can be spread out. That's right, we want to spread out the tyranny. We want balance of powers. That was a good insight from the American constitutional system. Distribution of powers, balancing them against each other, up and down different layers of organization. That allows signals to be compressed so that you can have your voice heard by your family and other families can have their voice heard by a community leader, and that voice can be heard at the state level, and that can be heard at the national and then the global level. There needs to be a way for your individual voice to somehow matter and reach the top. And there has to be some way at the top for them to be able to give directions and have those directions be received and differentiated at levels of organization. It's not the top says it's this way and now everybody has to do it. It's they say to us, here's what we're doing. The nations then interpret that, find a way to process it for their individual needs. They hand it down to sub-national organizations like states, and they process it, pass it down to cities, and so on. And then so it has to come all the way down to the individual. And as we're becoming more globally connected, more of a human superorganism than ever before, we're at that point where empires always seem to fall. Where I think there's a transition here that you can nail as a civilization, but which generally you don't. Empires were able, after hundreds or thousands of years, to approximate what we've done in a few hundred, because the whole point of an empire is that it is an overarching system for governing pieces which do not share the same culture, right? So in some ways, all the pieces give obeisance to a higher organization that gives them a layer along which they can cooperate, a layer through which the edges can be smoothed out, and allowing them to cooperate and create a more powerful, proper empire, and not just a kingdom. An empire with lots of little cultures inside. And the empire has a somewhat looser culture that allows for the multiplicity of other cultures to exist. That's why the Roman Empire didn't force the Jews to give up their religion. They knew that it was important for them to preserve these other structures and not to impose too tyrannical of a system. Well, we're now reaching the point where there's been a system and it's all worked out and it's made us wealthy and it's made us fat and it's made us want to explore consciousness and explore fun with each other and explore drama. And we don't want to work, and we have more free time, and we want even more free time. And this can all go to chaos and collapse if we don't voluntarily do what other empires have failed to do. They were driven by the forces within them until they self-destructed. The only way to get out of that would have been to have higher consciousness at higher levels of organization, to figure out ways to mediate between the impossible to resolve disagreements at lower levels between competitors. There has to be a unifying layer that allows you to be competitors within the hierarchy on one level, but on the other level, you are interposed with a sort of matriarchy, a non-hierarchical, everyone's equality sort of an idea. And the two have to be able to talk with each other and influence each other. And you know what? You look at like Israel and Palestine and you say, man, I understand their narratives, both of them. They both have really, really strong narratives. How are they going to get out of their narratives? They're not. Well, if they're not, then what are they going to do? Well, they're just going to fight forever. Well, then they have to abandon their narratives. It's like, man, listen to their narratives. They are really convincing narratives. They make good points. They're solid, man. They are really solid. Nobody's kicking them out of their narratives. They would rather die. It'll be easier for them to work it out through war than to work it out through ever getting them to let go of the narratives and the values that all go into why they can't treat each other like brothers and sisters and unify, why the very idea is so galling and provokes so much desire for vengeance, etc. Only way out of that is to have higher levels of organization mediated by lower levels of organization. I think it's got to be worked out both from a higher level, some kind of mediation, maybe it's from the international level, but I think it simultaneously has to be worked out at the smaller level. It has to be worked out at the level of individual grievances, individual wrongs to be righted and injustices to be treated. It is really, 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 really snagged there. So everything else has to be able to give both sides what they're pulling towards, and then they can finally unsnag. So it has to be done at higher levels and at lower levels. You try to do it at the higher level only, it's tyrannical. Lower level, it's ineffectual. So back to readings from the Gospel of Thomas. Actually, back to the bread of heaven. He that believeth on me shall never hunger and thirst. Ye have seen me, and believe not. All that the Father giveth me shall come to me, and him that cometh to me I will in no wise cast out. For I came down from heaven, not to do mine own will, but the will of him that sent me. And this is the Father's will which hath sent me, that of all which he hath given me I should lose nothing, but should raise it up again at the last day. And this is the will of him that hath sent me, that every one which seeth the Son, and believeth on him, may have everlasting life, and I will raise him up at the last day. So it's like, if your life circumstance is too hard for your consciousness to be at a high level, your consciousness will just shrink down to be less sensitive to pain. It'll numb and dissociate itself to some degree. So there's no suffering beyond a certain point. That's good news. Because as soon as it gets to a certain point, it just becomes less conscious. And even if the suffering is there in some sense, if you could appreciate what it's like from the inside to be experienced with lower consciousness, you'd realize why it's not as bad as it seems like it would be from your perspective with higher consciousness. And life tries everything, man. Life, it's like if you're trying to build a pyramid and life just builds a cube. It's just like, I'm not going from one layer down to a smaller and smaller and smaller. I'm doing everything everywhere. It just tries everything and it refuses to give in. It's got that stubbornness. But then it somehow interacts with the conceptual realm, the mathematical realm. It seems that the material universe has a bias towards entropic decay. And so when the matter happens to go into a shape that just so happens to facilitate greater entropic decay, it sort of sticks. And even though life is perfectly willing to try other things, that's the shape that sticks around. And when things get hard and things die, it'll be the ones that are strengthened by being in that narrow middle, straight and narrow channel of entropic decay facilitation that will be selected for. And then it's just an evolution process from the Big Bang to stars that are better for entropic decay. And then life forms, life is better for entropic decay. Even though it's on a smaller scale than the sun, it's still decaying entropy in finer gradations. So the sun and life forms are not strict substitutes for each other. And the material realm, as it begins to take on the shapes that facilitate entropic decay, what does it do? It takes on form and function. It begins to take on a shape which is isomorphic to like a conceptual shape of like a heat sink, of like mathematically this would be efficient for processing entropic decay. And then bam, you have a physical organism like a sun or a body of a life form. And lo and behold, it has an isomorphic shape to these heat sinks that facilitate entropic decay. And then they're reshaping themselves from the inside. You know, we're learning. Learning is reshaping your organism. The brain is somewhat static towards the center, but then at the tips, it's like a fire. It's like a tree growing leaves and then retracting them into the branches and growing new leaves and trying out all these different things. It's like life in that sort of randomness, but then it too is subject to a natural selection. So this is universal Darwinism. It's the principles of biological evolution cross-applied outside of biology. And here we see that, in principle, as the brain reshapes itself, it's sometimes going to approximate shapes which are closer or farther from entropic decay efficiency boosts. However efficient it is right now, there is a shape where it can be even more efficient. And maybe this is what Jesus means. The kingdom of heaven is within you. You don't, although you do want to transform the world to be more heavenly around you, especially for those for whom it doesn't feel like heaven. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Your experience of it is about how efficiently your organism is facilitating entropic decay. Your body consumes certain things, processes them, and then dispels waste. But it's a lot more wasteful than it could be, and it could be a lot more efficient at this process, just as your body is more efficient at this process than like a baby's version, or an unintelligent life form, or a star. And even if yours is less efficient in some ways, it's more efficient at finer gradations. So there's this hierarchy of like efficiency. It's like white light is being subtracted from to create murkier and darker colors, but it's worth it because the darker colors allow for a more varied multiplicity of options, which then allows for deeper explorations, which allows ultimately for the construction of organisms and structures that are at the very least isomorphic to. I don't know if our processing is actually doing anything, but the fact that it happens to be isomorphic, to have the same structure as the conceptual realm, as pre-existing mathematical structures, somehow, somewhere in this space, maybe consciousness really is feeling toward entropic decay, and it is using that very general sort of binary yes-no sense to say, when do we give more consciousness to things? When you feel more love, be a yes to that. When you feel less, you can be a background yes to it, but don't reach in with your will and strengthen it. In theory, you're feeling your way towards better entropic decay, which will correspond to sort of greater light as well, greater ability to perceive finer gradations, which corresponds to higher frequencies, doesn't it? So it seems like, in some sense, it's like the role of the conceptual realm or of Christ is to clothe itself in materiality, using selection, even though it's not the material realm doing the selection. It's somehow it's not the conceptual realm doing the selecting, even though it's the castle that begins to take shape. It's the material realm selecting itself in some sense. Out of the chaos, out of its yesness to everything, nonetheless comes differentiation, solidification, and ultimately consciousness, higher intelligences that can create life circumstances that are so nice that you can have really high consciousness. And so imagine those ones. Anything that's above a certain level of consciousness can reach the level of Christ, let's say, and then there's a two-way dialogue. And things that don't reach it yet, as the ones that are reaching it progress, they'll find that they can reach deeper and deeper into the pit and still feel it's the kingdom of heaven. So they're taking moments that said, this is too bad, I don't want to be conscious for that, and diminished. And they're redeeming them, they're co-resonating with them in a way that allows them to be what they are, and loves them for what they are, and wanted them to be that in the first place. We talk about purifying sin, but the sin was the first step, which revealed the distance from the proper target. Like, you could sense how far you were only after you made a movement in that direction. So the sin is a necessary part of the process in that sense. Maybe that's why certain Christian mystics would say things like, and I think nuns have said stuff like, more sinful souls are more beautiful when they're redeemed. And Christ said that there shall be more rejoicing for the lost sheep that is returned than for the 99 that make it to heaven. It's like, it's the one that got lost that was in some sense the whole point. Because that was the one that held on to its consciousness despite the pain of it and said, I don't want to be numb to this. I have a reason, I have a meaning worth staying conscious. Now, I'm not in tune with the Christ consciousness. I'm not a redeemed consciousness, but I insist on staying at a higher level of consciousness here, despite the level of pain here. And it's like Christ or the conceptual realm or heaven or something is like, exactly, that's what we've been waiting for this whole time. Thank you. Now we're going to come save you and find a way to redeem even that level of difficulty, but you'll have showed us how to be more conscious in some sense. You'll have justified your narrative, even though everything is in some sense a delusion, according to Buddhism, or a self-disassociation from the original thing, God, or whatever you want to call it, as Bernardo Kastrup might put it. Once we were dissociated in certain ways, we found dissociations that wanted to stick around, dissociations that believed in more than the original unity. And we talk about basically dissolving them back into nirvana or correcting their sins, but their sins are part of the whole growthful process. You can't sin at the level of life per se. You need consciousness to be able to sin. And so life's sins don't count. Only consciousness, only organisms with higher consciousnesses sins. end up by missing the mark, revealing more of the mark than was visible before. So they have an absolutely essential role to play. And if life seems too bad right now, in theory, at some point, consciousness will be able to integrate all of it so that even the worst moments when consciousness gave up the hardest will be able to be reached and rescued. And well, that's sort of Christ at the end being like, okay, even I'm giving up here. Even my consciousness is like, I'm connected to God. Nope, I don't see it. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? I'm not in the kingdom of heaven anymore. I'm a lost, damned soul. I'm back in hell. It was Jesus himself going through this. And it was like, there came a moment when my consciousness was at a point where I was separate from God again. But maybe that's the whole point. And as long as you proceeded at least one step past that in faith, one step is all it takes. Next thing he does is voluntarily embrace death, cause his own death. Like if he could do that on the cross with non-fatal wounds, maybe he could just do it at any old time. The cross wasn't even the point. So, I came down from heaven. The Father gives some to me. Any that come to me, I won't cast out, and I'll lift them up at the last day. And maybe it's just a question of how many lifetimes it takes for you to be able to be conscious enough to feel that it's worthwhile every point of your life. And all the ones that already feel worthwhile, you're happy to be there for, you know? I am the living bread which came down from heaven. If any man eat of this bread, he shall live forever. And the bread that I will give is my flesh, which I will give for the life of the world. It is the spirit that quickeneth, or gets quickened, or receiveth life. The flesh profiteth nothing. The words I speak unto you, they are spirit, and they are life. Well, very interesting. You know, normally if you tell a kid he's going to be the best thing ever, it ruins him, or at least a lot of the time. But there's probably a way to do it right. It says, hey, you have potential like you wouldn't believe. Like some people have done amazing things. You could potentially do that or better. There's always room to do better. And princes are raised, you know, and princesses, their whole lives groomed with the best resources and talent available to be prepared. But in some sense, Christ is the story of getting this really right and really perfectly right. It's not all about wealth and castles. It's very much about understanding poverty. It's also about understanding hunger. You know, he fasted for 40 days. He understood work with his hands and his body. He was, in theory, the king and the servant. You know, washed his disciples' feet, but also was the leader. And everything in between. He was everything. Anything you were, he was a big fan of that. And he would have done it the way you would do it when you were doing it right. So as long as he's around, in theory, you get everything else. He contains the multiplicity and gives life to it. But so one idea about Christ is, you know, oh, the circumstances of his birth were so perfect. There's this idea of Kundalini in the Hindu tradition, which is basically where all your chakras are in good order. And one idea is that Jesus had all 7 of his perfect, but Mary had 6. And when you get all 7, you get Christ. But Mary was very impressive as a person, and it was because she had 6 that she was able to give birth to him and raise him in such a good way that he was able to develop as well as possible, and just learned like mad, and had good karma and learning. And then eventually he was ready and he taught stuff, and then he worked himself into a situation where things became so hard that he felt like he was separate from God and lost the kingdom of heaven, and then could show faith, and then move on to death, and then supposedly he comes back. One idea here is you have karma and you have anti-karma. People who are enlightened, they don't just sit down and wait to die. They end up doing things. And you say, well, how are you doing this? If you're enlightened, you're not doing things on purpose. There is no doer. And the answer is, well, my habits, my life circumstances, things just poke at me and call my attention, and I don't have any reason to do them, but I also don't have any reason not to do them. So I do end up doing things, and maybe at some point I'll lie down and never feel like anything that catches my attention actually matters again, and I'll just die. That could always happen. We'll see. I'm not a doer. I'm not here to make any choices. I'll find out how my life goes. And people like Frank Yang is a modern person, says he's enlightened, and says that it's very permanent. You don't go back. Once you hit he says he's hit the full limit, that there's a huge difference between 99.9% of the way done and 100%. He says he can work out for 12 hours and not get tired. He ate a McDonald's sandwich with shampoo and conditioner on it. Very impressive way. Gagged a little, but didn't seem to be suffering. And but imagine you tried to undo it. You tried to go from complete enlightenment back to somehow the sensation of separation, like Christ's experience at that last moment, right before he decided to die. It's almost like that was what the whole point was, or something. Because again, he didn't die of the cross, and he, as a result, perhaps could have died without the cross anytime he wanted. I'm going to get some water. Hmm. So maybe it's the easiest, simplest, happy moments are the ones that tend to be where consciousness is born. Maybe where the entropic decay is most facilitated. The thing is, there's a difference between facilitated in a given moment and facilitated across time. And maybe that's part of consciousness's role. Maybe intelligence would do what I've been discussing so far by itself, integrating into more complex forms that facilitated entropic decay at finer levels. But maybe consciousness is necessary to create across time. Because in theory, you can stay in the dead center, straight and narrow all the time, follow that wherever it leads you. But you might also be able to mediate between layers, especially the most disparate layers, for example, of the mind and the most distant sensations of the extremities of the body. You might, on occasion, especially if you have a theory about how those are related to each other in the body, you might have reason to take the signal from one as a sign that you want to do something with the other. And that, I could imagine, could temporarily decrease your shape being ideal for entropic decay, because there is no ideal. It's a coastline problem. You can always get finer and finer and finer. And so maybe the temporary sacrifice for the sake of time timeful investments or something. This is where consciousness plays a new dimension. Maybe that's why you don't actually always want to be this one thing all the time, not even this following this careful dynamic of yin and yang or something. You want to be willing to explore the margins and use those as clues to help you find what is beyond what you already know. There's always a better way to maintain the sort of coastline you're at right now and then get some extra energy out of it, which you can then use to drive the process to make a finer coastline. And to find the other ways to do that, you might have to go not only outside of the middle road, but all the way to the edge. And again, when you have I've said this idea before, that it's when you have the whole top and the bottom and everything in between, that you can compress all of the information that's encoded there. That you need to have all of it instantiated so that you know that you can interpolate and extrapolate with the various ideas and find the line of best fit that compresses all of them along something like a new dimension. And then you can maintain that level of consciousness while requiring much less energy to do it, energy and mass. And then you can use all of the extra energy to go higher up and further in. You can just keep making that coastline finer and finer and finer. And that's how you get infinite area, infinite distance out of a finite circle. If you split it up fractally into finer and finer and finer things, then you get an infinite quantity of distance within that limited space. And there's some dimensional trick here. I don't understand the math properly. But when you arrange things in 3 dimensions in the right way, it apparently is designated as having like a 2.5D structure or something like this. And apparently the greatest mass of neurons in existence that science knows about, and in our brains, I can't remember the name of it right now, but actually, although the whole brain is over here and made of neurons, the majority, I think more than half of the neurons are all in one relatively small part, and the other neurons are used much more sparsely. And that structure where the neurons are so tightly packed apparently has this 2.5D nature that for some reason as it arranges itself into that coastline of finer gradations, it somehow approximates having fewer dimensions in space, in 3D space. I think it's called 2.5D. In some ways, I would imagine it would be called 3.5D, that this special fractal use of space would be sort of going up in consciousness. 2.5D brain structure. Is it the cerebellum? Let's see, which part of the brain? Most neurons. 70 billion in the cerebellum. 70 billion out of a total of 85 billion. So a lot more than half. Really, most of them are all in the cerebellum. And what is the cerebellum's whole thing about? 2.5 dimensions. What is the dimension of the cerebellum? Not sure how to Google this immediately. Probably. Let's see if ChatGPT can help. Yep, it's very helpful for finding specific things. It doesn't know anything about this. I'm pretty sure I've heard this. Well, anyway, let's just move on to another thread. I do wonder, even if it does go down in dimensions, I wonder if that sacrifice somehow allows you to simulate higher dimensions. And so it's this idea of getting infinity out of finity. That is also the kingdom of heaven. And the idea that the kingdom of heaven is within you, because your body's made of cells. Your cells are made of molecules. Your molecules are made out of fluctuations in quantum wave space or something like this. And that's what we know for now. But your cells aren't working as efficiently as they could. And if they did, you would have a lot more energy. And you don't know what a lot more energy means, and you don't remember what it feels like. But one thing it could be is being a lot more conscious. And I saw a scientist on Joe Rogan explain that we use our thinking. She said that we use our thoughts to direct blood flow. Well, I would say that when you have a whole lot of consciousness, a whole lot of energy, everything's efficient, then you could probably think and move the blood around more easily. So you could, any little perturbations, any little catches, any snags, any dry spots, you could just sort of background. Your thoughts would have a natural tendency to fill in those places, and you'd keep a nice, smooth, cushiony layer everywhere, and you'd enjoy very low suffering. You'd have a lot of resilience. You'd have energy. You wouldn't feel forced or compelled to do things. You could be able to activate going toward them and also inhibit. So this is similar to enlightenment in many of its descriptions. And people will say things. They'll say things like, "I could feel every cell in my body unified in this purpose or something, and I felt like the world was in slow motion, and like I understood everything, and I knew exactly what to do." And these are normal states when we're at our best. When circumstances help it happen, or somehow it happens, we have the motivation, we have something. The end result is we have the consciousness. And maybe the middle result is we have the energy that's necessary to sustain the consciousness, but also to sustain the inhibition of it in a sophisticated way that allows the whole level of consciousness to sustainably increase for a while. And if you get all the cells, even if they were all aligned, the molecules wouldn't be. So there'd be more energy. What would it be like to have all your cells aligned, but not your molecules? Then imagine every molecule and every cell is aligned and working perfectly. So now the cell is doing whatever it does, but really, really well. And that flows up and has a huge effect on how you experience your consciousness. And maybe this is closer to what the movie Lucy it says it's talking about using more than 100% of the brain, and of course people say that it's actually a myth. You only use 10% of the brain. Maybe it's not about quantity, but maybe it's about effectiveness, and that has a lot more to do with something like efficiency and fractal fineness and sophisticated activation and inhibition, and not just about onness. Sophisticated intelligence doesn't come from onness, it comes from the increasingly sophisticated interplay of onness and offness. Which is also why a lot of our more recent brain developments actually have a lot to do with generating the ability to inhibit the capacities we already had. Which is a striking thought. It's like, wait, could we take like a chimp and make it as smart as a human, not by giving it anything extra, but by inhibiting things that it's currently using inefficiently? Crazy, crazy idea. Of course, we'd have to inhibit with the same kind of sophistication and differentiation. You couldn't just inhibit a whole brain area or something. It has to be finer and finer and finer. It's like on a tree, imagine, okay, I want to inhibit this whole branch, but on this branch, I don't want the root branch inhibited. I want where it forks. I only want one fork. And on that branch, I want 3 forkings down. On that branch, I want the tip of the leaf. And on that one, I want the beginning of the leaf. And there's all these different points of application. And if you're intelligent enough to turn a chimp brain into the intelligence we're talking about, then maybe the intelligence is in the tool rather than in the chimp brain at that point. And this is the point sort of Douglas Hofstadter makes, isn't it, about how is the music in the record or is it in the record player? To some degree, it's both. To some degree. And if you get all your molecules and all your cells going great and you're just enjoying the most magnificent, blissful state of consciousness, all the peace, love, and joy you want, and then maybe you're still not aligned on some deeper level, the quantum wave or whatever we discover under the molecules later on in silence. And even if you go all the way in, then you can be like, wow, it's so blissful and wonderful. Maybe that's how it works. The kingdom of heaven is thus within you. And maybe, and some people, I've heard this idea sort of in the New Age tradition, will say, well, yeah, that's the answer to the Fermi paradox. Any species that gets smart enough eventually realizes that sort of what it's really after, in some sense, is this connection that makes things better in every way for everyone. And once you get that, you don't go around terraforming the galaxy with technology. It's a waste of time. You focus on becoming something like more conscious, more awake, more intelligent, and you have to build it yourself. And then that's one of the ideas where if the idea is that God can take on flesh, that would be something like this principle, God is love, right? Love is this creative principle of trying things out, but then selecting, but then redeeming the suffering that comes from the selecting, the cutting away, the inhibition, and also, frankly, in the overexpression, because that's a real thing too. And then, if you imagine somebody, born of an almost perfect person, and raised the most perfectly and able to follow this spirit within themselves and manifest it as much as anybody ever did, and maybe being fully in the kingdom of heaven and doing what one does there, which tends to spread the kingdom of heaven. And I don't know if this is part of the nature of the thing itself, or if it was part of Christ's mission, if it was a coincidence of Jesus's circumstances, but somehow or other, he ends up basically figuring out a way to voluntarily separate God. Bernardo Kastrup would say that things are made of mind. He doesn't call it God, but he says the mind dissociates from itself because it doesn't know how it exists. It's like, how on earth do I exist? and is perturbed by this, disturbed and in pain, and then it creates us and it shares the pain through us, but we have the opportunity to learn and redeem it to some degree. And then when we die, supposedly that relieves it in some sense. And then I don't know. He does say when we die, but is it a really when we die thing, or are we giving it relief all along the way as we learn? I don't know. But if we imagine Christ is not dissociated more than anybody else in history, maybe, or maybe on the level of the Buddha, he was not dissociated from the higher self. He was right in tune with that and in tune with everything about himself. And then he somehow went all the way from that to a separation anyway. And you could call it voluntary. He didn't seem like he did it on purpose, but he somehow guided his whole life into that situation. It's like he guided his life into voluntary self-separation and embrace of death. And isn't that a microcosm of existence, of creation? Somehow God was like, why do I exist? How do I exist? How is consciousness? Why does anything exist at all? And somehow or other, self dissociated and didn't know some of the things it knew and created a different shape of experience. And then maybe that shape then spiraled. But then out of the spiral, there was a sort of opposite spiral where ultimately material reality inevitably took on the shape of sort of that spiral running backwards, undissociating things, but then somehow eventually at the very end, again, the very end, he does this and then he dies on purpose. That's literally the story. He gets to the point where he feels separate. He is God. He's connected to God. He's been that way his whole life, his whole birth, his whole everything. He's done everything this way. And then circumstances arrange themselves around him in a way that seems narratively significant. And he voluntarily maybe separates from God and then says, into thy hands I commend my spirit. So then he doesn't wait to get it back and then die. In the midst of that, he immediately dies. And yeah, is that what God did? God found a way to dissociate from himself and embrace death, and that was creation or something. And Christ is a microcosm of it. And then what happens when he does it? He goes into hell for 3 days, and then he comes out of it. He comes out of it for one thing. So he comes out of the death. And sometimes I like to say that in the moment of his dissociation, as he sought to escape the pain of separated consciousness, he imagined all of us. This is sort of borrowing from the Hindu tradition's idea of all of us are a story in the mind of God. All of us are a dream in the mind of God. And so we sort of combine that with Christ and say, at that moment, he reached out for sort of an escape, the escape that other stories could offer. And he loved all other stories. He was like, every other story is like better than the cross that I'm trying not to think about right now, or that moment of separation. And then something about that feels like the kind of thing a theologian might say, because then you would start to draw parallels to ideas like, and this is somehow why you say Christ is creating the world on the cross. I've heard Pajot say that. And yeah, maybe it's something like he dreamed, he's doing what Vishnu was said to do. He dreams all of us. And he wakes up in our consciousnesses and he's like, oh, this is so much better than the cross. But he's still who he is, and he's still on his mission, and he's like, okay, I'm here to help. I've arrived bracing myself for the possibility that it would be just about as bad as the cross. I'm grateful to find that this is an awesome story. This is so much better than the cross. And I love your story, and I love your unique color, and all of this is way better than the cross. So then Christ wakes up in our consciousnesses, and then it's just sort of like, oh, this is your life situation. Here's how I would relate to it. And then we juxtapose how he would relate to it and how I would relate to it, see the sin in mine relative to his. And then it's not necessarily about imitating him, although it is. It's not that you ever have to do the perfect thing. There will always be an element of sin in what you do. The whole point is that there is a solution to that, which is why it partially doesn't matter how great the sin is. The point is, you sin and then you course correct. You sin and then you course correct. The sinning is, to some degree, actually part of the process of creation, especially if you act knowing you're going to sin and you're waiting for the chaos to show up, the monster that you know will be created because of your inevitable sin, and you face it square on. So you're sort of using the sinning process voluntarily and courageously, provoking monsters and then defeating them, and then learning what was missing from you that created the sin in the first place. And the Buddhist way, again, sort of seems to say you stop sinning, you stop doing anything. But this way seems to encourage you to do it and then redeem it. And at least the way I'm thinking about it, it's not even quite as sad as a lot of Abrahamic religions, at least as they're currently conceptualized, seem to have people thinking. It's not, here I am in the sin and this is bad and I'm guilty and someday I'll get to the good thing. That's really not the point. It's more like Christ saying, your sins are already forgiven you. Be at peace. And if I were in your shoes, I'd be at peace. I'm going to be in your shoes and worse, and I'm going to be at peace. And even when you're sinning, that's part of the dream. I wake up and I'm in the experience of somebody who's sinning. How do I feel about that? Well, I love this character. It's so much better than the cross. And it's sinning, but everyone's always sinning when I arrive here. What I'm saying now about it, what if you're sinning? It's like I'm saying bigger sins. That doesn't really matter to this sort of imagined dynamic, this layer of consciousness that we could all co-simulate. So it touches on the idea that, God has no hands but these. That if God is the winning meme, then the fact that the meme wins means that it will probably have manifestations in materiality at some point. People who see it, one of the reasons it wins is probably that they'll be inspired by it to live better for themselves and for it. And that's why it works, because it's like, hey, you can have more of what you want and you can help me. Or you can refuse to help me because you don't want me to be above you, but then you'll have less of what you want. So do you want to have more of what you want and be a servant in heaven? Or do you want to have less of what you want, but nobody's telling you what to do, reigning in hell? Although I think there might be a metamodern version of that, which changes it a little. But the main idea is, even when Christ arrives in a sinning consciousness, it's not about making it guilty. Christ doesn't experience guilt. Christ is feeling the hands do what they do, and feeling the emotions and all of it, but Christ isn't feeling guilty about it. And you don't have to either. Maybe it has its place and its time, and you want to become sophisticated with guilt and shame and fear and grief and lies and illusion and detachment, all these things. And these are sort of core ideas from the Hindu tradition that make up our being. And if you become sophisticated in all of them, the time will come that you can combine them harmoniously. Everybody having a voice, everybody being listened to, everybody being willing to give way when they need to give way. But then in the long run, getting a lot more of what they need because of this cooperative harmony. And yeah, so the idea is this is the answer to like a lot of things. It's how creation functions in some sense, bringing together pieces into a more efficient form that serves all disparate needs at the same time. That's sort of like love in some ways. It's supposed to be creation, it's supposed to be God. It's not a specific thing in the universe, but it's what everything is made of. That's an interesting parallel to like standard Christian doctrines. And maybe it's the answer to the Fermi paradox. Every intelligent species eventually stops trying to feel better by transforming the situation. They turn inward and find that if they just follow the right things, they can permanently ratchet up step by step, higher and higher in consciousness. And this is, in some sense, the only wealth worth having. Mike Tyson, they said, hey, when were you at your best or something. I think he said in jail. I said, what about when you have millions of dollars and you're free? He said, none of that means anything when you don't have your peace. And Islam, they say salam, they mean peace. In some sense, it's like the fundamental thing. It's like, just let me have that. But it takes a lot to get to peace. And that's the part, in some ways, doesn't make sense. Why does it have to be so hard? Why does it have to be so painful? Why is there as much suffering as there is? So let's go back to the Gospel of Thomas. Very fascinating. It's my first time reading this. Although I read the first few verses. This is where's the one I was? All right. Right, so it keeps saying the Father's imperial rule, which I'm interpreting to mean the kingdom of heaven. Jesus said, "The person old in days won't hesitate to ask a little child 7 days old about the place of life, and that person will live. For many of the first will be last and will become a single one." Yeah, that sounds like the kingdom of heaven at the superorganism level, when the old and the young and the rich and the poor and the wise and the foolish all become one. And to some degree that happens because the first become last and the last become first, and everybody learns and gives and integrates with each other. Jesus said, "Know what is in front of your face, and what is hidden from you will be disclosed to you. For there is nothing hidden that won't be revealed." Maybe that's part of the inevitable process of becoming a integrated human superorganism, is no more secrets. We talk about this as privacy. Do we really need privacy? Did Christ need privacy? Maybe we need privacy, but maybe in an ideal world, privacy isn't a concern. And we may fast be approaching the day when we don't get privacy, regardless of whether it's a concern or not, or regardless of what would be wise or not. Because AI will be able to look back over all the captured data, all of our videos, all of our recordings, that may include everything you've said on your phone or around your phone or device. And it will include things like gait analysis. It doesn't matter what part of you is seen. A couple of steps on camera and we've got your gait. And there will probably be postural analysis. There's keystroke analysis. Everything that's idiosyncratic and hidden from each other because we can't tell the difference about ourselves. It'll be gone. And then maybe, I don't know, will it all come out? Because AI, it's now intelligent enough, you could say things, or it will soon be intelligent enough. You could say things like, find the most objectionable things this person has said according to all the most common groups. Create a list of all of the worst things they said according to each group's particular devils, and send it to all of the people this person knows in each group, and to group leaders, and this kind of thing. And I don't know, we could self-cannibalize ourselves then and there over the horrible things we found out about each other, and the sins we could not bear to allow in others. Well, it's said one way or the other. I know in another gospel, it said, in the last days, it shall be shouted from the rooftops. So that's the book of Revelation, right? It'll all come out in the end. It has to. It's the only way for us to make it to a functioning superorganism at some point. Or maybe we can have privacy. Maybe we can have both. I don't know. His disciples asked him and said to him, "Do you want us to fast? How should we pray? Should we give to charity? What diet should we observe?" Jesus said, "Don't lie and don't do what you hate." There's a couple of bullseyes from Peterson. Because all things are disclosed before heaven. After all, there is nothing hidden that will not be revealed, and there is nothing covered up that will remain undisclosed. Jesus said, "Lucky is the lion that the human will eat, so that the lion becomes human, and foul is the human that the lion will eat, and the lion still will become human." In my mind, I associate that with ideas from the Hindu tradition about chakras, where the bottom of the spine, and this makes sense to me in some ways because the brain, it feels the bottom of the spine, but the signals have to travel up and down. So the frequency is lowest down there. Whereas up here, it's like talk, 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 update, 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 refresh, refresh. But down here, it's like, I don't know what's going on until I'm here again. And I'm blind, and I'm blind, and I'm blind. And there you are again. And it's like there's delay. So according to the Hindu traditions, the farther you go from the brain, the lower the frequency, and the different frequencies are reliably associated with specific emotions and so on. Supposedly, the very bottom of the spine has to do with primal survival, and then you have pleasure, which can sometimes be associated with guilt. But the third one, when you sort of become an individual, this is a spirit that America has really emphasized, is the fire chakra. That's will, that's ego, that's individuality, that's standing out from the pack. That's the straw that stands tall and hopes not to get cut down. That's the lion. And Jesus says, lucky is the lion that gets eaten by the human. And the human is when we reach the next one. Up from the fire chakra, we come up to the air, and we get to the heart and the lungs. And that's when we unify with each other and stop fighting man for himself. The lion, the pack of lions. We're all a pack of lions. A lot of us are lions. Some of us are learning to become lions and need to practice that and focus on becoming human later. But a lot of us are lions who have differentiated ourselves and made ourselves idiosyncratic and exacerbated our differences and taken pride in them. Then in the end, we must learn to surrender to love, learn from it, integrate with each other, and become human. And on the other hand, if the lion grows and consumes the human, foul is the human that the lion will eat, and the lion will still become human. So this is a sort of a Batman Joker choice we each make, perhaps. You either let love teach you how to be the best version of yourself without having to ruin things for everyone else, or you become the Joker who makes things hellish for himself while also making them hellish for others, and who will not learn from love and sees it as pointless. And he said, "The human one is like a wise fisherman who cast his net into the sea and drew it up from the sea full of little fish. Among them, the wise fisherman discovered a fine, large fish. He threw all the little fish back into the sea and easily chose the large fish. Anyone here with 2 good ears had better listen." See, I think of this as like chapters in our individual narratives. You're this story character, right? And you're this big fish, and you scatter thoughts. Like the net catches little fish, and the thoughts prove themselves. They say, here's how you feel when you think in this way. Here's how you feel when you think in that way. But then there's one thought that's like, here's how you feel when you think in this way. And it resonates the most. And it seems like it's the juiciest. It's born the greatest fruit. And so you take the fine, large fish and you throw the little fish back. And that's the part of you that dies. And maybe that's the part of you that isn't saved. And maybe it's the most sinful part of you. And it's the fine, large fish of you that gets saved. And maybe that's why, despite the fact that everything can be redeemed, in some sense, it still matters how righteous or connected to Christ you are, because your story as an individual will be longer the more often Christ is in it. If you do too many of these little fish. It's like, it's fine. You're still you. You're still the fine, large fish and all, but you spend all of your life on these little fish and none of them made it. None of them are here. The eternal story of you in heaven is a lot shorter because a lot of it was just going over and over and over the same old sins, basically. Jesus said, "Look, the sower went out, took a handful of seeds, and scattered them. Some fell on the road, and the birds came and gathered them. Others fell on rock, and they didn't take root in the soil, and didn't produce heads of grain. Others fell on thorns, and they choked the seeds, and worms ate them. And others fell on good soil, and it produced a good crop. It yielded 60 per measure, and 120 per measure." The same idea as the fisherman. You scatter a handful of seeds, a handful of thoughts, a handful of ways of being. That's basically what you do all the time, is you take in where you are and you propose ways of responses, different yous you could be. And the higher the spirit you're in touch in, the juicier the fish one of those thoughts will be. And you can follow the track that leads to the big fish or the fruitful crop. And that's the kingdom of heaven. That is life. That is entropic decay, efficiency, perhaps. It is the clothing of the conceptual realm in greater, finer complexity, differentiation, intelligence. It is consciousness acting upon the material world, perhaps. And it is the material world showing which parts of itself are willing to be conscious. Echoing C.S. Lewis's idea that Aslan can give people feasts, but he can't make them see them as feasts, and they'll choose to kill themselves if they don't appreciate what they have. Jesus said, "I have cast fire upon the world, and look, I'm guarding it until it blazes." And again, we have this idea of the spreading, that fire spreads, but it also consumes. So again, it's a good metaphor for the seeds that don't all come to anything, the fish catching that don't all get harvested, the fire that burns away, but not all things survive it. And it spreads. This is sort of Christ's idea as the manifestation of this organizing principle, is that he's relating to his ability to manifest it in the world in a self-referential way that allows it to potentially do a great work in the world. Jesus said, "This heaven will pass away, and the one above it will pass away. The dead are not alive, and the living will not die. During the days when you ate what is dead, you made it come alive. When you are in the light, what will you do? On the day when you were one, you became two. But when you became two, what will you do?" Wow. This feels pretty trippy as a meditation instruction. Like, if I try to think about it, like, what does it mean? How can these things be true? Are they true? Then that's one thing. But just imagine it wasn't about if it were true. And I've done meditations with like QRI. Look up the QRI meditations. I mean, they're doing new things with meditations. And one of them is a God meditation where they say, okay, so imagine you believed in God as this type of a thing. Imagine you believed in God as a great bearded man. Imagine you believed in God as synchronicity. Imagine you believed in God as love, and just feel what your experience is like as you put the sort of lens of different gods in front of all life, right? Because if you change your conception of God, you know you're touching on every aspect of life. So if I think in those terms, I'm like, okay, meditation instruction. What is it like to meditate on this heaven will pass away, and the one above it will pass away? What is it like to meditate on the dead are not alive? What is it like to meditate on the living will not die? During the days when you ate what is dead, you made it come alive. When you are in the light, what will you do? Seek after more light, I suppose. On the day when you were one, you became two. But when you became two, but when you become two, what will you do? Talk to me. The disciples said to Jesus, "We know that you are going to leave us. Who will be our leader?" James said to them, "No matter where you are to go to James the just, for whose sake heaven and earth came into being." Jesus said to his disciples, "Compare me to something and tell me what I am like." Simon Peter said to him, "You are like a just angel." Matthew said to him, "You are like a wise philosopher." Thomas said to him, "Teacher, my mouth is utterly unable to say what you are like." Jesus said, "I am not your teacher. Because you have drunk, you have become intoxicated from the bubbling spring that I have tended." And he took him and withdrew and spoke 3 sayings to him. When Thomas came back to his friends, they asked him, "What did Jesus say to you?" Thomas said to them, "If I tell you one of the sayings he spoke to me, you will pick up rocks and stone me, and fire will come from the rocks and devour you." Maybe Jesus told him to say that. Maybe he told him he was God or something. Yeah. I find it helpful not just to look at what the teaching is, but the teacher, or what, I don't know, like the scene as well. So those 3. You want to understand Christ, Christianity, and Christians. If you only look at Christianity, it'll tell you that it's got everything, but you need to be looking at Christ and comparing the 2. I suppose Christianity would say you need to look at Christ through Christianity, but I think it's important to cross-compare them in parallel. And then you want to look at Christians and be like, okay, based on what I understand of Christianity and Christ, I can see why these people are Christians and these people aren't, why these people are good Christians and these ones are bad, why Christianity appeals to some people and when it might be the right choice for them. And when Thomas said, "He is utterly unable to say what you are like," and doesn't just call him basically a really great human being, Jesus said, "I'm not your teacher," to Thomas. He singles out Thomas. So maybe Thomas's answer is the closest to what Jesus is looking for. Jesus said, "I am not your teacher. Because you have drunk, you have become intoxicated from the bubbling spring that I have tended." He tends the spring. And it's the spring which makes you forget and become intoxicated, presumably with your life, your identity. And Jesus took him, Thomas, and said 3 things. And then he said that he couldn't tell them. They'd stone him if he told them what he told them. But he teaches Thomas, and maybe Thomas's answer was closest. Jesus said to them, "If you fast, you will bring sin upon yourselves, and if you pray, you will be condemned. And if you give to charity, you will harm your spirits. When you go into any region and walk about in the countryside, when people take you in, eat what they serve you and heal the sick among them. After all, what goes into your mouth won't defile you. What comes out of your mouth will." Hmm. Yes, it's interesting. I've been thinking a lot about the idea that there's a good and a bad for everything, and I mean really everything. Like all the things you'd call good, there's a bad version of that. The things you'd call bad, there's a good version of that. And here he says, if you fast, you'll sin. If you pray, you'll be condemned. If you give to charity, you'll harm your spirits. I don't know if I think that's true or whatever, but the idea of thinking sometimes that fasting is making me better, and there's a way that fasting will make me worse, and juxtaposing those two and learning from both of them, I'm more inclined to wisely fast than if I believe either of the extreme opposites is always the right answer. Fasting is always good. Well, as soon as anything becomes good as a category, it just becomes a cover for all the bad that you can get away with that's technically in the same category of a thing. Sin is in an individual moment, it's idiosyncratic and specific. Jesus said, when you see one who is not born of woman, fall on your faces and worship. That one is your Father. Jesus said, perhaps people think that I have come to cast peace upon the world. They do not know that I have come to cast conflicts upon the earth. Fire, sword, war. For there will be 5 in a house. There'll be 3 against 2 and 2 against 3. Father against son and son against father, and they will stand alone. Jesus said, I will give you what no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, what no hand has touched, what has not arisen in the human heart. A lot of these sound more meditative than you'll get from a lot of Christianity, but like meeting the Father, the one not born of woman, not seen by the eye, heard by the ear. If you focus on these as meditation instructions, it's like, think of what you can see even with your eyes closed, and then be like, not that. Think of what you can hear, but not what your hand can touch, but not what can arise in your heart. Be like, nope, not that. And just come back to something like nothingness. And that's an ideal you'll find in mystical Christianity and in every mystical tradition of every religion, really. Sufi Islam, Kabbalistic Judaism. The disciples said to Jesus, tell us, how will our end come? Jesus said, have you found the beginning then, that you are looking for the end? You see, the end will be where the beginning is. Congratulations to the one who stands at the beginning. That one will know the end and will not taste death. Yeah, once you have the kingdom of heaven, you don't taste death. You have peace. What does that mean about death? Well, I don't know, but it means you don't have to not have peace about it anyway. Taste it. Does that mean you don't die? Does that mean there's some sort of post-death thing? He said over there that the living do not die. Anyway, who knows? Jesus said, congratulations to the one who came into being before coming into being. If you become my disciples and pay attention to my sayings, these stones will serve you. For there are 5 trees in paradise for you. They do not change, summer or winter, and their leaves do not fall. Whoever knows them will not taste death. The disciples said to Jesus, tell us what heaven's imperial rule is like, the kingdom of heaven. He said to them, the kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed. It's the smallest of all seeds, but when it falls on prepared soil, it produces a large branch and becomes a shelter for birds of the sky. Kingdom of heaven makes the human organism into like a more finely differentiated and healthy channel for spirits, and the birds of the sky can roost in it and provide it with their wisdom and energy. And that's when you get feelings of like angels and the Spirit of God and that kind of thing. Mary said to Jesus, and maybe that's when you get to channel your own spirit properly. Mary said to Jesus, "What are your disciples like?" He said, "They are like little children living in a field that is not theirs. When the owners of the field come, they will say, 'Give us back our field.' They take off their clothes in front of them in order to give it back to them, and they return their field to them. For this reason I say, if the owners of a house know that a thief is coming, they will be on guard before the thief arrives and will not let the thief break into their house and steal their possessions." That's the other idea of a type of consequences in Christianity. It's like, no, the sin can all be redeemed. Everything can be redeemed. But there is some idea of treasure in heaven and possessions worth possessing that apparently means something. And you're fine without them. You have the kingdom no matter what, but it's still apparently nice to have the possessions. As for you then, be on guard against the world. Prepare yourselves with great strength so the robbers can't find a way to get to you. For the trouble you expect will come. Let there be among you a person who understands. When the crop ripened, he came quickly carrying a sickle and harvested it. Anyone here with 2 good ears had better listen. We are like children living in a field that is not ours. Perhaps we are like the we being spoken of here is perhaps the spirits that we are, that somehow tune in to bodies. And this, we play in this body and it's not ours. And when the body comes and says, "Hey, give it back," that's the thing. This is one of the reasons we don't need to be too guilty about guilt or any other such thing. The body can reassert itself materially and physically. The only way to be able to control the body when sin puts its foot down is to somehow give the body what it needs while still looking after others as much as you can and being a force for good. But when the body is truly desperate, it'll just clench up at all the layers, and the body will do what the body will do, and the spirit has been squeezed out. So maybe that's what happens with people with PTSD. They're like, they were in a state like that and they killed people, or they got killed, or they saw others get killed, or whatever. And they come back and they take credit for it all. It's like, no, this spirit was not present at the time. That thing was barely conscious. You're just going to have to face the fact that that exists. So here, it seems to me that there's a lot of healing and growing to be done in the body. And maybe the spirits that inhabit us have the effect of determining what fruits are born in the field that is the body. And then the time comes and the body reasserts itself, and there's a thief that can come in and take the possessions and the fruits. And the smart way to deal with that is to harvest it as soon as it ripens. Don't let it sit out there long. But maybe the integration work in the body and the mind and the spirit, when the iron is hot, when consciousness is there, there's work that can be done. Productive harvesting. But you can also just spend it on entertainment and it'll pass by and then it'll be gone, and it'll be like, that could have been a great catalyst and it wasn't. That's all. Jesus saw some babies nursing. He said to his disciples, "These nursing babies are like those who enter the Father's domain." They said to him, "Then shall we enter the Father's domain as babies?" Jesus said to them, "When you make the two into one, and when you make the inner like the outer, and the outer like the inner, and the upper like the lower, and when you make male and female into a single one, so that the male will not be male, nor the female be female, when you make eyes in place of an eye, a hand in place of a hand, a foot in place of a foot, an image in place of an image. Then you will enter the Father's domain. Well, it seems to me that he's clearly talking about integration. It's shadow work, but it's also physical integration of that shadow work. And why are the babies like those who enter the domain? It's particularly the nursing babies. Maybe it's the act of nursing that's important, and not just being the baby. Maybe it's not about having a low level of consciousness, it's about the connection between the baby and the mother, perhaps. The trust, the dialogue. Maybe they put their whole bodies into it. You know how babies will put their whole bodies into crying, and they put their whole bodies into lots of things. And when your whole body is unified like that, that's growthful. That's good for integration. Jesus said, I shall choose you, one from 1,000 and two from 10,000, and they will stand as a single one. His disciples said, show us the place where you are, for we must seek it. He said to them, anyone here with 2 ears had better listen. There is light within a person of light, and it shines on the whole world. If it does not shine, it is dark. Choosing one from 1,000 and two from 10,000. If the one is representative of 1,000 and the two are dyadly representative of the 10,000, then there's a lot of efficient compression going on there, because what's missing from your understanding of 1,000 because of the one will be to some degree deducible from the two and the 10,000, and vice versa. And the two come from different levels, so from 1,000 to 10,000. That's helpful. But then they also have a dialogical relationship which allows for comparison between the one and the two, 1,000 and the 10,000, and then the one and the 10,000 and the two and the 1,000. I don't know if any of that is why he said that, but it's a pretty efficient way to build a lot of relationships into a few central ideas. And they will stand as a single one. There is light within a person of light. Jesus said, love your friends like your own soul. Protect them like the pupil of your eye. Protect your eye from getting hurt, for sure. I heard somebody's definition of a soul being the relationships that you have with your organism and your exterior environment. So all the attachments that exist between you, this thing, and you as sort of the place you make in the world. And if the place you live in the world is your soul, it's like your bear cave, then it partially exists in your friends. Your friends are the bear cave that human beings create. Love them like your soul. This is you that you're building. The relationships that you have with them, somehow or other, it's all you, and more of it is expressed when you have more relationships with more people. Jesus said, you see the sliver in your friend's eye, but you don't see the timber in your own eye. When you take the timber out of your own eye, then you will see well enough to remove the sliver from your friend's eye. That was always a big verse to me. I think it's good to reverse it as well as everything. Sometimes you want to see the sliver in your eye, and sometimes the timber. And sometimes you want to see the sliver in your friend's eye, and sometimes the timber. But maybe most people have a bias toward downplaying their own and exaggerating others. And Jesus is giving a sort of teaching to counter that. If you do not fast from the world, you will not find the Father's domain. If you do not observe the Sabbath as a Sabbath, you will not see the Father. You have to fast from the world. You're not fasting from food, you're fasting from the world. Separate yourself, find quiet, meditate. Maybe don't even think about it. Jesus said, I took my stand in the midst of the world, and in flesh I appeared to them. I found them all drunk, and I did not find any of them thirsty. My soul ached for the children of humanity, because they are blind in their hearts and do not see. For they came into the world empty, and they also seek to depart from the world empty. But meanwhile they are drunk. When they shake off their wine, then they will change their ways. And that sounds like what he told Thomas earlier about the bubbling spring that he tends. And tending may mean pruning as well as cultivating, inhibiting it as well as activating it when appropriate. And we're all drunk on the wine of dissociation from our higher selves. We come into the world empty and leave empty, none of these treasures in heaven. And we have a worse time along the way, but we could live in the kingdom of heaven while we're here and come back with treasure. If we shake off the wine of our dissociation and undissociate, I guess, become more conscious. Jesus said, if the flesh came into being because of spirit, that is a marvel. But if spirit came into being because of the body, that is a marvel of marvels. Yet I marvel at how this great wealth has come to dwell in this poverty. Is he saying that, oh, you think Christianity is impossible, but the Big Bang is even more impossible? It's a marvel of marvels compared to just a regular old marvel. So although it seems like a marvel, maybe the flesh really did come into being because of spirit. It was called, in some sense, by the pre-existent fact that the mathematical structure of the human organism was a more efficient entropic decayer than our ancestors. And so in some sense it had a gravity. That evolution does have something like a telos, even though that telos is not tyrannical. It doesn't know what it is, perhaps. It can't afford to not explore certain possibilities because they could very well be the true answer. Jesus said, where there are three divinities, they are divine. Where there are two or one, I am with that one. Where there are three deities, you are divine, perhaps. It's you, it's Christ, it's God all at once or something. But then if there's just two or one, that means you're not seeing Christ. When you don't see Christ, Christ is with you. I am that one. Jesus said, no prophet is welcome on his home turf. Doctors don't cure those who know them. Is this a prestigious translation? Home turf. I mean, that could be a good, proper translation of an idiosyncratic term, actually. What am I on? I'm on pbs.org, huh? Okay, anyway. Jesus said, a city built on a high hill and fortified cannot fall, nor can it be hidden. When you make it on the hill, you increase the chance that it will be seen. But you do not take your strength from hiddenness. You build it right up on the hill anyway, and you make the most of it, because high hill means very visible, but it also means very fortifiable, and apparently it cannot fall if you build it the right way. Jesus said, when you will hear in your ear, in the other ear, proclaim from your rooftops. After all, no one lights a lamp and puts it under a basket, nor does one put it in a hidden place, Rather, one puts it on a lampstand so that all who come and go will see its light. Jesus said, if a blind person leads a blind person, both of them will fall into a hole. But if the blind person were not to lead, perhaps he would not fall. So it's not merely the follower who is led astray, but the blind, the leader who is like convinced to act like he can lead even though he can't. Jesus said, one can't enter a strong person's house and take it by force without tying his hands. Then one can loot his house. Jesus said, do not fret from morning to evening, and from evening to morning about what you are going to wear. Maybe that means, because he said something earlier about the spirits taking off their clothes to give it back, give the field back to the owner. So maybe your body is like your clothes. So don't worry all day about how much your body is going to assert its animal nature into things. Accept that the level of your spiritual indwelling will increase and decrease. And just redeem the moment as you can. Treat it the way you wish you would treat it if you saw it happening for all eternity, the same way. And treat it the way you would treat it as if it were going to come once and never again. Combine both of those and let them trade off against each other and accept the chaos of not knowing exactly what the answer is going to be as they dialogue. His disciples said, when will you appear to us, and when will we see you? Jesus said, when you strip without being ashamed, and take your clothes and put them under your feet like little children and trample them, then you will see the Son of the Living One, and you will not be afraid. Yeah, Jesus would not be ashamed of such a thing. He would continue to experience the kingdom of heaven, and so would any who enter that kingdom with him. Jesus said, often you have desired to hear these sayings that I am speaking to you, and you have no one else from whom to hear them. There will be days when you will seek me, and you will not find me. That's the thing I wonder, like, a lot of the debate in Christian denominations about who had the early ideas of the church fathers, right? Who was teaching what was truest to the apostles. And this is a proxy for teaching what is truest to Jesus, but it's maybe even a good proxy, but still a proxy. And at the end of the day, if you actually look at only what Jesus said and did, doesn't always seem to jive well with what the rest of the tradition generated. And you wonder if, Jesus said in the canonical Gospels, have I been with you so long, and yet hast thou not known me? It's like, maybe the disciples just did the best they could right from the very beginning, and there never was an ideal church. Maybe there didn't need to be, I don't know. Jesus said, the Pharisees and the scholars have taken the keys of knowledge and have hidden them. They have not entered, nor have they allowed those who want to enter to do so. As for you, be as sly as snakes and as simple as doves. The Pharisees and the scholars. It's like the traditions held the keys of knowledge. In some senses, I think Moses was the burning bush, that he witnessed how his own nature was like a burning bush. Christ called it the kingdom of heaven within you. He called it like a tiny seed that grows up to create a bush in which birds can roost. And the birds come and they go, and they 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 come and they go. And that's the phoenix dying and being reborn. And that's you, the burning bush, in which the new flame of each moment is born. And the bush is not consumed, despite the fact that it destroys the bush to burn it. It replenishes it. And it grows it, I would say. And we're all a burning bush in some sense. We're a fractal hierarchy. The life shape always has this fractal hierarchy. But we have that spiritual element that flits around the tips like a fire. So we channel in this moment one mind state and in the next moment another. Then the center of the flame changes more slowly, but it still changes. And the tips change so fast you don't even notice. But all of your experience is like a fire. And your body is like the bush around which the fire burns, and which the fire transforms, and through which the fire transforms also your environment, making it holy ground. But the Pharisees and the scholars had hidden the keys within all of that. And they did not enter and transform themselves, nor did they allow others to transform. So you, be as sly as snakes and as simple as doves. Jesus said, "A grapevine has been planted apart from the Father. Since it is not strong, it will be pulled up by its root and will perish. If it doesn't have its grounding in the Father, it won't have ultimate existence." I don't know. It's interesting to think about these things with various metaphysical ideas going on. A little stuffy here. That was a little Metamodern yoga, Metamodern mantra. All right. Back to the reading. Jesus said, "Whoever has something in hand will be given more, and those who have nothing will be deprived of even the little they have." If they have nothing, are they being deprived of nothing? Or are they somehow reaching new levels of poverty? Jesus said, "Be passers-by." That's an interesting one for a meditation instruction. I think I actually heard of that one from a New Age teacher, Aaron Abke, who's made some very interesting work and has been a good demonstration of the kind of pedagogical adequacy I think we can expect in metamodern teaching of spiritual traditions. Buddhism is just not making good use of YouTube, you know. It has a message. We're just getting used to the fact that there's a real way to use these tools, as formidable and respectable as the traditional ways of using them. And just because we've seen rather less respectable versions of them so far doesn't mean that they don't have their place once we figure out the right way to integrate them. Be passers-by. One idea there is, you're just passing by in life and in your consciousness, in your body. There's the idea of you as the co-pilot, but ultimately, look at the co-pilot. Whatever sense of yourself that you're calling the you, the pilot that's giving the commands, watch it. See which commands you can make it give and which you can't. I don't go as far as the Buddhists and immediately conclude that it has no reality whatsoever, but the inability to control it completely does suggest something. But I tend to think that along with being a passerby, you want to simultaneously have the opposite idea of being deeply invested. And you want to do this at various levels. This is what Jesus was saying before about the top, the bottom, the inner, the outer, the left, the right, the male, the female, all of these integrated, such that the male isn't male, the female isn't female, right? In the same way that, in some sense, love needs to learn to shape itself into doing what's not really natural to it, and indeed is almost the exact opposite of its true nature. Let's call it wisdom, the cutting. And cutting has to learn to do the exact same thing to somehow grow out of its cuttingness. They have to learn to do the others, even though the other may always be better at it. They both have to learn from each other to properly integrate. Same with the male and the female, the feminine and the masculine. We're talking like Jungian animus ideas here. You want to be your anima in one moment, be your animus, be your anti-anima and your anti-animus, and give love to all of them. And sometimes you want to be passers-by, and sometimes you want to be deeply this person, this character, in this moment, in this almost scene, and playing the narrative for all it's worth with your whole soul. And do both. Do one at a time, and do both, and do neither. His disciples said to him, "Who are you to say these things to us? You don't understand who I am from what I say to you. Rather, you have become like the Judeans, for they love the tree, but hate its fruit. Or they love the fruit, but hate the tree." Jesus said, "Whoever blasphemes against the Father will be forgiven, and whoever blasphemes against the Son will be forgiven. But whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, either on earth or in heaven." That's always taught us. Why is it so offensive to do this? Why does God resist? But maybe that's over-personalizing God, even if God is supposed to be personal. Maybe we should be thinking more metaphysically and be like, what could be something? What could forgiveness even mean if it were an actual necessary part of metaphysics and not just a construct at one level? And what would be the purpose, the function of forgiveness like course correcting after sinning and using the sin forgiveness dyad to make progress in new dimensions outside of what was previously conceptualized, using it to generate something like monsters and then defeating the monsters, and then using this whole sort of four-part play process to grow the self in the directions that were not known to be needing growth, relying on the sin that comes out of these dynamics. And if that's how sin is and that's how forgiveness is, why is there a type of sin that cannot be forgiven? That is, it's not that it isn't because God isn't in the mood and he gets to do whatever he wants because he's in charge. It's, hypothetically speaking, why would it metaphysically be that there was something you could sin against? There was a type of mark missing that couldn't be forgiven. And it's called here not the sin against the Father or the Son, but it's the blaspheming against the Spirit. What is the Spirit? I don't know. It reminds me of the line in Job about cursing God and wishing to die. It's like, that's the thing, man. It's not that suicide isn't forgivable. It's that your narrative consists of whichever version of you lives. Whichever version of you dies is not in the story. So it's not that it's not forgivable. It's just that it's not there, is it? But maybe you get many tries and you get to go layer by layer. Who knows how it works? Jesus said, "Grapes are not harvested from thorn trees, nor are figs gathered from thistles, for they yield no fruit. Good persons produce good from what they've stored up. Bad persons produce evil from the wickedness they've stored up in their hearts, and say evil things. For from the overflow of the heart they produce evil." So maybe that's the idea of treasure in heaven to some degree. There's something you're storing up in yourself that at some point starts to naturally come out in helping others. And maybe it's not always about helping others at first. Maybe if we take the microcosm, macrocosm idea and suppose it in the same way that the Father sent the Son to the most needed point to draw attention to the need and to inspire the world to give to it in some sense. If you apply that in the body and say, there's your you, your I am, and that's sort of the God, the Father of your body. And when you look around your body and your sensations or your environment and you place your attention on something, a point that excludes all else, let's say it's here in my arm. Well, now I'm sort of down there. I'm kind of in the arm now. I'm kind of in one spot in a special way that I'm not in any other spot. I'm materially localized. You could even say taken on flesh, metaphorically speaking. But despite this big difference, that is me. The I am and the thing I'm sensing down here, well, I am aware of sensing it. That's me too. So the Father and the Son, it's both you, it's both one. And then the Spirit would maybe be something like the whole body of other sensations. That is, you're aware of it with a sort of background distributed awareness, but you're not aware of it in the same special way. So special attention, that's the Son. Distributed attention is maybe the Spirit. And then maybe you say, macrocosm level, all material organization is the Son. And then the Spirit is everything that sort of being vaguely aware of because of its implicit lack implied by the structure of that which is. And then God, the consciousness, the Father, would be sort of that which is aware of both. One with pointed awareness, the other with distributed, and then being aware of two allows it on some macroscopic scale to go through the same process of reducing and resolving inefficiencies and creating new things by doing so. And maybe when you arrive, maybe when you're trying to be good, you start with the most pressing need and you don't say, okay, according to science, according to philosophy, I'm going to go Google what the most important thing to take care of it because I can calculate that that is definitely the right way. No, which one feels like it's the biggest deal? And if you're being honest with yourself, it'll often be whatever levels of lack of peace are in your own experience. They'll often be in your body. Sometimes they'll be in your circumstances. They can be in your thoughts and your emotions. Whichever one says it's the biggest deal, go with it. Let yourself be steered any way you want. But then balance that lack of direction and shaping. When you arrive there, arrive and do it the best way possible. But really the best that's for everyone and not just best for that isolated area. That's how Christ arrives. That's the logos. And Jesus Christ was sort of that functioning on the highest level or something. Then microscopically, it's a similar dynamic in the body that helps you say, look, building up treasure in heaven, serving others, the other as yourself. You are your own neighbor when you're the one in pain that you perceive the most. And when you take care of that, you'll start to build up treasure in heaven, and then it'll overflow from the heart. Maybe that's what Jesus is getting at here. Jesus said, from Adam to John the Baptist, among those born of women, no one is so much greater than John the Baptist that his eyes should not be averted. But I have said that whoever rules among you becomes a child will recognize the Father's imperial rule and will become greater than John. Maybe this is a point C.S. Lewis makes, that even the most mundane person, once they realize their potential, will be a being that you would be strongly tempted to worship. It's like John the Baptist, so great, you can't even look at him. And any of you that starts to follow the kingdom of heaven will eventually become greater than John, because all roads lead to, in the kingdom of heaven, all roads lead to the best version of yourself. That is also the best version of yourself to be for the sake of the rest. And you follow that long enough, yeah, you'll be better than John, better than anybody that's been on earth. There is a directionality, there is somewhere to go with this, and maybe it doesn't matter in an ultimate sense, in a philosophical sense, I don't know. But it is novel, to some degree untreaded territory for us, and that means that we're kind of guessing about what's the way to think about it. Once we've experienced it from the inside, we can synthesize it with our critical insights and decide from a position of greater and deeper understanding if it was really all pointless, or if now that we have a bigger picture, we can understand why it was maybe worth not just sticking with the original sort of nihilistic postmodern answer. Jesus said, a person cannot mount two horses or bend two bows, and a slave cannot serve two masters. Otherwise, that slave will honor the one and offend the other. Nobody drinks aged wine and immediately wants to drink young wine. Young wine is not poured into old wineskins, or they might break. And aged wine is not poured into a new wineskin, or it might spoil. An old patch is not sewn onto a new garment, since it would create a tear. It's like, because I've been emphasizing this idea of redemption and not replacing the individual, but somehow bringing out the best. But maybe it's like C.S. Lewis talks about, you have to let that go, though. You can't be concerned about keeping your individuality in yourself. You have to be willing to sacrifice anything. And then when you do, you find some of it gets sacrificed, some of it gets cut away, and other parts get nurtured. And When the cut parts heal and integrate and grow some more, they'll eventually be greater than anything you were able to achieve back when they were stubborn and unwilling to be inhibited and guided. As Jesus said in the canonical Gospels, I am the vine, and you are the branches. Whatsoever vine beareth good fruit, my Father pruneth, that it might bear more good fruit. So everything has to be willing to be pruned. Everything. Even the stuff you think shouldn't be pruned. And if you're really right, you'll find out that you're agreed with, and it'll be there. But it might turn out that you're wrong, and what you're most afraid to let go of is something you actually should let go of, and even will be happy to let go of. And hopefully it makes sense and doesn't just feel good like you're brainwashed, but like there's actually a good reason why this kind of growth isn't just dying, why it's really the phoenix that's being reborn and not just a new phoenix being born. Why anything really matters, given that the Buddha has it on good authority that no, there's no point in doing any of this. You might as well dissolve into nothingness and blow out the candle forever. Jesus said, if two make peace with each other in a single house, they will say to the mountain, move from here, and it will move. I don't know. Maybe that's the alpha and the omega. That's the seed and the ending. It's like, once you're doing the thing, again, if you do it long enough, you'll be greater than John the Baptist. Once we're making peace, at some point, the fire catches and is self-sustaining. The crop keeps growing. The fish catch themselves. In the end, the kingdom of heaven will be manifested materially. And maybe that looks like something like an enlightened society. What does it look like? Because the Buddhists, more and more people have been enlightened. And if you theoretically had a society of those people, what would that look like? What would they get done? It could be amazing. Maybe it's not quite like that, though. Maybe the kingdom of heaven is a more accessible version of that. Jesus said, congratulations to those who are alone and chosen, for you will find the Father's domain. For you have come from it, and you will return there again. Jesus said, if they say to you, where have you come from? Say to them, we have come from the light, from the place where the light came into being by itself, established itself, and appeared in their image. And if they say to you, is it you? Say, we are its children, and we are the chosen of the living Father. If they ask you, what is the evidence of your Father in you? Say to them, it is motion and rest. His disciples said to him, when will the rest for the dead take place, and when will the new world come? He said to them, what you are looking forward to has come, but you don't know it. His disciples said to him, 24 prophets have spoken in Israel, and they all spoke of you. He said to them, you have disregarded the living one who is in your presence, and have spoken of the dead. His disciples said to him, is circumcision useful or not? He said to them, if it were useful, their father would produce children already circumcised from their mother. Rather, the true circumcision in spirit has become profitable in every respect. Maybe that's, in some sense, the circumcision seems to be the removal of the most extreme extremity. Like, farthest distant from the consciousness in the higher parts of the brain. It's like the farthest away signal, and it gets sort of traumatized physically. The scar grows there. It's like a separation, an accelerated separation from the connection to the material, and you could sort of symbolically associate it with a acceleration of the sort of transformative spirit of human intelligence on the way to the kingdom of heaven. Jesus said, "Congratulations to the poor, for to you belongs heaven's domain." Jesus said, "Whoever does not hate father and mother cannot be my disciple, and whoever does not hate brothers and sisters and carry the cross as I do will not be worthy of me." Jesus said, "Whoever has come to know the world has discovered a carcass, and whoever has discovered a carcass, of that person the world is not worthy." Reminds me of something Frank Yang, an enlightened one, says, he's alive now, he's quite young actually, said, if you can't see God in a piece of shit, then you don't understand God. You haven't gotten God yet. There's nothing you could do to Christ that would separate him from the love of God, right? It's like what Paul says about us. He says, neither torture nor devils nor persecution or anything, hunger, can separate us from the love of God. And Christ was like that. Whether the whole world is a carcass and on fire and cursed, or shit, or you have to hate your family, carry a cross. No matter what you have to do, there's the way Christ would do it, and he would do it without suffering. I don't know, maybe you don't really need to hate your family. Maybe you just need to be able, maybe you have to understand that there's a good and a bad version of everything, and that means really everything. That means you have to look for the best version of loving your family and the worst version of loving your family, because there are ways you're probably getting that wrong and it's hiding under the cover of what it's love. And it's like, find your best way and then look towards the worst way and notice what's the not as noble version of the thing. But give love to it, love both. And then I say, look to the opposite in another dimension. Go to the best version of hating anything, really. Find the best version of it and love being in the shape of a thing like that, and find the worst version of hating it. And that could be really quite horrible, but love that in your body as well. And as you go through all four, you'll learn that none of them can trap you as long as you have room in all four, and you'll open up the play in that joint of expression, so to speak. And that'll mean it'll be better for everything. You'll be better at loving and better at hating, and you'll learn from your mistakes and you'll grow, and it takes care of everything. It's great. And there are more complicated versions. You also want to give everything love, but also trim everything down with wisdom, prune it. And you want to love and inhibit activating everything, but you also want to love and inhibit inhibition itself. So it's complicated. Jesus said, "The Father's kingdom is like a person who has good seed. His enemy came during the night and sowed weeds among the good seed. The person did not let the workers pull up the weeds, but said to them, 'No, otherwise you might go to pull up the weeds and pull up the wheat along with them. For on the day of the harvest, the weeds will be conspicuous and will be pulled up and burned.'" It's like, I don't know, it reminds me of this idea that first the happy consciousnesses are saved, and then the ones that noped out because life was too much suffering, you get a second chance at the next, where they almost made it and they didn't want to. You go back with everything you learn from the happier consciousnesses, and you give it another go, and you bring enough consciousness to bear that they can justify embracing life with that level of seriousness and redeem the suffering and find meaning and creation and things that make up for the suffering and make it better than having no suffering, but also no meaning or creation. And then you go back third layer, fourth, fifth, over and over again. And you have to let the good and the bad grow and live out their lives and experience things, and maybe even experience things they don't want to experience, because that's how you find out which ones want to be around or not. And that's not very fair to the ones who say, yep, I didn't want to, and it sucked. But maybe the redemption there is, yeah, well, once we've learned how everybody else did it, who had it almost as hard as you, we'll figure out how to make it work even for the one who did have it as hard as you, that is you. And maybe there's still some that want to be burned or want to be burned sooner, but I don't know. Speculative ideas about how salvation proceeds in layers. Jesus said, "Congratulations to the person who has toiled and has found life." Jesus said, "Look to the living one as long as you live, otherwise you might die, and then try to see the living one, and you will be unable to see." So you got to practice so that when you die, you can see the living one. Sounds like the Tibetan Book of the Dead in some ways. The idea that what you do immediately upon death somehow matters and can be influenced. He saw a Samaritan carrying a lamb and going to Judea. He said to his disciples, "That person around the lamb," maybe it looks like they don't have this part of the document. They said to him, "So that he may kill it and eat it." He said to them, "He will not eat it while it is alive, but only after he has killed it and it has become a carcass." They said, "Otherwise he can't do it." He said to them, "So also with you. Seek for yourselves a place for rest, or you might become a carcass and be eaten." So what's he doing with that lamb? It's like, well, he's going to eat it. He's like, well, no, he's not going to eat the living lamb. He's going to eat the carcass of the lamb after it's dead. And maybe that's okay. But don't become a carcass or you'll get eaten. And you need a place of rest to be able to do that for some reason. Jesus said, "Two will recline on a couch, one will die, one will live." Salome said, "Who are you, mister? You have climbed onto my couch and eaten from my table as if you are from someone." Jesus said to her, "I am the one who comes from what is whole. I was granted the things of my Father. I am your disciple. For this reason I say, if one is whole, one will be filled with light. But if one is divided, one will be filled with darkness." So you want more light than darkness, and you want more wholeness than division. And one way to get more whole is to neglect where the light is and to say, all the darkness and the light can be whole. Well, now you're whole, but now you don't have light. On the other hand, one way to get more light is to shut out the darkness. Look how pure I am. But you have to be whole to get the light properly. And you have to be full of light to get the wholeness properly as well. So wholeness and light play against each other, but must learn to play for each other, with each other, and like each other. Jesus said, "I disclose my mysteries to those who are worthy of my mysteries. Do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing." Somebody's playing some lovely flute music. Maybe Mila or Harrison. Jesus said, "There was a rich man who had a great deal of money. He said, 'I shall invest my money so that I may sow, reap, plant, and fill my storehouses with produce, that I may lack nothing.' These were the things he was thinking in his heart, but that very night he died. Anyone here with 2 ears had better listen." Seems like, I don't know, it's like how much money you have right now and not how much you can get through investment or something. Is that part of the Tibetan book of the idea, of the dead idea here, that you have to gather up treasure in heaven and then die with that treasure, and you can potentially lose it and have it stolen, so you have to harvest it quick. So maybe it's like every time you grow, you sort of embrace death with it. And then Christ is theoretically the idea of the most extreme version of that, which can somehow embrace death with it and actually come back. Although there's a speculative idea here of Jesus didn't die of fatal wounds. He did receive what would have been a fatal wound after, but he didn't die of fatal wounds. He had a great emphasis on the body that seemed like it was missing to some degree in other spiritual traditions, like Buddhism's emphasis on the mental. He had good karma, which Buddhism and Hinduism might say would be relevant for spiritual phenomena to occur. And according to them, spiritual phenomena are simply normal material phenomena, but with an appreciation for metaphysics in some sense. So maybe Jesus went into a sort of meditative state. It says he gave up the ghost on purpose. So he did something from the inside. What was he doing? He felt separate, and then he did something that was sort of like dying. What if he was doing something all along the way that would have brought him closer and closer to feeling separate, which is why it finally happened. And then he said, "Oh, it happened. Why has thou forsaken me?" And then died immediately on purpose. Maybe that was a thing. Maybe that was a thing he did on purpose to go into some sort of meditative samadhi, coma-like state. And normally that wouldn't be enough to explain what happened afterward, but we're thinking about the limit here. That's the whole point. This is where people are like, oh, it's okay to think about the limit. Maybe he came back from the dead through magical ways. But then if you get material, it's like, wow, that seems far-fetched. It's like, okay, how far-fetched are we talking? He was down for 40 hours and he got stabbed in the side and water and blood came out. Those are the main two problems. On the 40 hours front, in recent modern history, a woman came back from the dead after 17 hours. Her heart started beating itself. I think that's the limit recorded right now. We don't really know how she did that, or I don't think she knows how she did that. But if you imagine some sort of meditative master who mastered not only the mind, but also the emotions and the body, closer to Buddha, not as much like Buddhists who seem to focus mostly on the mind and don't do their shadow work. A lot of what Christ was saying earlier seemed to be about shadow work. He's all about physical healing. Like something like a quarter of the original Gospels are just him healing. It's like, what's the point of all this? Like, how many blind men do we need to hear that he healed? Like, if he can heal the blind, he can heal the blind. How many stories do we need? There's like a quarter of the Gospels or something. So, mental, emotional, physical, all super integrated right before he goes on the cross. Pretty soon before he goes on the cross, he's in the Garden of Gethsemane. He's praying. He's getting ready. He's saying he doesn't want to do it, but he's going to do it. And it says that he sweat from every pore blood. And so we might suppose, there, look right there. There's your proof right there. He had extraordinary control of his circulatory system. This is a very rare phenomenon. Does not occur when people are normally under stress. It requires the blood to be able to go all the way out to the epidermis. Well, let's just imagine, just a little bit of reading in between the lines, that he had significant control over this and that there was a good flow from the inside to the outside, from the core to the extremities. Top to bottom, left to right, male to female, just like he was saying, you know. And Frank Yang says, once you're enlightened, you can't get unenlightened if you've really done it all the way. Well, what if you tried to do it? What if you got enlightened all the way and then got super duper even more enlightened and just kept pushing it? And then at some point you were like, can I get unenlightened if I try hard enough? And that's Christ at, say, at 30. And he just goes around doing the biggest trade-off he can between propensity to stay enlightened and like world transforming good. Some Buddhists might crank an eyebrow at this idea of more enlightened. He got super duper extra enlightened. There's one final enlightenment and that's it. Well, yeah, but maybe there's propensity to stay enlightened. Like maybe Buddha really went all the way, so that's just fine. Point is, a lot of people who seem enlightened say they're enlightened. Maybe they just are enlightened because that's what enlightenment is. But maybe there's something other than enlightenment that Buddha had. You know, they'll say of enlightened people that they keep doing things because they're following the currents of their karma. Well, what if Jesus had the best karma ever and was like following its current, but then like supercharging it, pushing it as hard as he can, even if it meant becoming unenlightened. And then he found that it just kept not making him unenlightened. He kept pushing. More and more amazing things started to happen. He kept pushing even though it was leading to his death. He was just like, yeah, but I don't have to stop. I can just go until I die. So that's what he did. We just kept pushing. And then finally, at the very end, it got so bad on every level at the same time that he was like, right there. I'm God, but I feel like I'm separate from God. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? And he's like, okay, now do the thing. And he gives up the ghost. He says, Father, into thy hands I commit my spirit. He gets taken down. He's stabbed in the side. Blood and water come out. So if he did something, it was on a very deep biological level. How did it come back? How did the woman come back after 17 hours? What is stored in the static of the body? Static matter and structures and chemicals that could somehow, without requiring a recent breath, without there being normal currents and charges in the nervous system, any of this, just brain dead, heart dead, 17 hours. Somehow the static matter in its structure or chemical potential did something in its normal processing, and it kicked off the heart, and that kicked off the current, and they brought everything back online, and there she was. So something like that, maybe Christ did. But he pushed it to 40 hours. And he did it so deeply that one, I mean, I guess the woman seems dead, so that's normal. So he seemed as dead as she seemed. But it also did something with his blood, that at least some of it went into water and blood. And that wasn't so bad that he couldn't possibly come back. Does it say that his heart was specifically pierced? That would would be even more difficult unless the heart could somehow heal itself when prepared with the most perfect integration and healing powers ever. Mm, okay. The normal way people die of crucifixion, one way is hypovolemic shock. The prolonged rapid heartbeat caused by the shock can cause fluid to gather in the area around the heart. It's called a pericardial effusion. Um, so now we might hypothesize that whatever Christ did that allowed him to voluntarily give up the ghost, it involved having his heart beat fast in the same way that happens with hypovolemic shock, gathered fluid around the heart. Eventually, he said he felt separate from God, and then he finished the process. And then later, when they stabbed him in the side, there was a pericardial effusion, and it came out along with some blood. Okay. The second way death often occurred during a crucifixion was due to asphyxiation. Person couldn't breathe. See, Christ wasn't there that long, though. And I'm inclined to suspect he was very healthy, very integrated in his body, and would have had way above average performance at surviving on the cross if he had wanted to stick it out as long as he could, or even just waited to die instead of doing it on purpose. If we want to call it dying, if it's all speculation here, but if it's a samadhi coma state done more deeply than usual, it's not really death now, is it? Crucifixion victims had their weight. Over time, the ability to push up breath would end and oxygen flow would be restricted. The asphyxiation could result in buildup of fluid around the heart. In either case, the account of John is accurate. They were going to go break their legs, so he died within a few minutes, but they saw he was already dead. They speared him, ruptured the pericardial sac, and so the question is that something that could possibly be survived if you were trying to do some kind of self-healing coma that would take 40 hours or so? Maybe. And then you have to talk about getting out of the tomb, but I don't know. That's I don't know. Part of the whole story is that they say that the disciples came and stole the body, but that didn't happen. It's like I don't know. It's got a little bit of a methinks the Lady Death protests too much vibe. It's like you specifically told us that a lot of people around here seem to think that the disciples went and rolled away the stone. But no, that didn't happen. They paid off the guards to lie about it, see? And why aren't the guards dead, given that that's what happens when they fall asleep? They were protected by their Caiaphas or friends or whoever they were doing a favor to by lying or whatever. It's like, okay, maybe, or maybe, I don't know. Come to think of it, the prospect of rolling a stone away didn't seem too far-fetched. Like, were the women on their way to go do it when they found that it was already done? I don't know. Maybe maybe Christ could just talk to the guards from the outside and say, hey, and talk them into letting him out. He was probably very charismatic, and I'm sure they were very impressed. And he was supposed to be dead. I mean, maybe they thought, okay, we could go bring somebody to come see, but they're gonna want to talk to him, obviously. So why not bring him out and let him talk? This is insane. Anyway, Jesus said a person was receiving guests. When he had prepared the dinner, he sent his slave to invite the guests. The slave went to the first and said, "My master invites you." The first replied, "Some merchants owe me money. They are coming to me tonight. I have to go and give them instructions. Please excuse me from dinner." The slave went to another and said, "My master has invited you." The second said to the slave, "I have bought a house and I've been called away for a day. I shall have no time." And the third had to do a banquet for a marriage. The fourth said he had to go collect rent. The slave returned and said to his master, "Those whom you invited to dinner have asked to be excused." The vineyard said to his slave, "Go out on the streets and bring back whomever you find to have dinner. Buyers and merchants will not enter the places of my Father." When you're called to the kingdom of heaven, you need to accept the invitation. If you're like sitting and thinking, or whatever it's like to sort of, yeah, maybe you're imagining, you're experiencing the kingdom of heaven, and you're like, oh, it was here all along, it was within me. And you're in it for like half an hour, and then it's like, hey, time for this or that other thing. And you're like, well, I can't just let all that money go to waste. I'll just come back to this later. And you lose it, you know? Maybe these sorts of concerns keep you from ever being able to say, you know what, I'm really going to put this aside and try to get in touch with this properly. It also reminds me of the little fish and the big fish. It's like eventually a rich vein runs dry, and sometimes it splits off into another, and sometimes the split off becomes the new main one. So here are all these big people they're receiving the first invitations, and then it's instead the periphery, those on the streets, that get it. It's like, okay, we've been getting a lot of fruit as we've gone down this pathway, and now it's giving littler and littler fish, and in fact, some other thing over here is now the bigger fish. That's why you actually have to make the little fish, because you never know when they're going to turn out to be the new replacement. It doesn't matter that you really want the main one. You never know where the main one is. Even if you probably know where it is, you don't know where it is. So there's that constant growth and evolution. He said a person owned a vineyard and rented it to some farmers so they could work it and he could collect its crops from them. He sent a slave so the farmers would give him the vineyard's crop. They grabbed him, beat him, and almost killed him. And the slave returned and told his master. He sent another, and then he sent the son. Because the farmers knew that he was the heir to the vineyard, they grabbed him and killed him. Anyone here with 2 ears had better listen. What does this mean? Maybe the farmers are spirits indwelling in the land that is the body again. And you can channel a specific spirit and write it, but when it comes to its end, it needs to give it back. And so the message comes, and the sub-personality refuses. The left hemisphere clenches down, refuses the call of the master. And then the call comes again, and it's shut down, and then finally the sun himself calls, and they do not respect the sun. And then what will happen? These ones will be destroyed. They refuse to ever give up, no matter what. And that means they're sort of a cancer, aren't they? They're out for themselves, and they won't learn to join into higher levels of cooperation and consciousness, no matter what. And you can contrast those to a version of them, also fruitful, also productive, also desirous of the vineyard, but ultimately willing to give way to the sun. Any like these will, when they give way, probably have a chance to work that vineyard again later. You know, if you're willing to give when it's your turn and to yield, then it'll come back to your turn again. So I've thought about this in terms of the 7 deadly sins and the archangels. I don't really know the archangels, but the idea is each of your 7 deadly sins is to be redeemed, not replaced or sanitized. There's a version of your fear that is as stubborn as these people -1. Like they're the ultimate version of the thing, and there's a version of yours which is the ultimate level -1. There's one voice it will yield to, the voice of the sun. And that means that it can cooperate along with all others that are willing to yield to the sun. And as long as they yield to the sun, that means that they can be otherwise unyielding. This is an idea that you see in Islam. I heard Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali both say something like they bow to Allah and then they don't bow to anybody else. And this is an idea that I feel like is a big one in Islam today. That there's a strength in this, that in theory you could be a little bit stronger by being a little bit more extreme, but now you can't cooperate with the others, so you're alone and ally-less. They have brotherhood. And in the body, if you imagine any of the 7 deadly sins, if you imagine any of the 7 chakras that refuses to be balanced by the call to unity, harmony, and love, then that's the one that's going to have to be cut away for the sake of the whole, or else it will defeat the whole, but then it will become like a cancer. And so it can't escape its sort of destructive and ultimately self-destructive tendencies in the end. But if it could just give up one time, just be willing to listen to one person, the ultimate authority possible, then you get the superhero versions of the deadly sins. You get the archangels. They're not quite the top, but they're close and they're good at what they do. You get not just the balanced, but the supercharged version of your chakras. But you can't afford to give them that much energy if they won't give it back. If they can't be trusted to yield to a centralizing, harmonizing authority. So that's the balance. You have to be willing to empower them, but also willing to inhibit them. And they have to be willing to be empowered and willing to be inhibited. And that means making sacrifices in the short term sometimes, but the combination of the whole is so powerful that every part is fed better than it would have been on its own. And this reminds me of, again, the idea every part must be willing to love, every part must be willing to give and receive, every part must be willing to learn and teach. I can imagine a version of Jesus feeding the 5,000, where it's not a miracle, materially speaking, that's that the food was already there. Some of the people had food, some of the people didn't. The ones who have not, we're going to faint on the way back. They've been out there so long. Jesus says, he starts with 5 loaves and 2 fish, and he prays. He has them all sit down. I think that's actually an important part. He has them all sit down and he prays. And then he splits the food up and he says to give it to them. And I imagine that the way it works is you give it to the ones who have, not to the ones who have not. That's the Matthew principle, right? Those who have, more shall be given. Those who have not, even that which they have not shall be taken from them. You give to those who have, and you tell them to pass it on to those in need. And they hand it to somebody in need, and they have a little bit of the food, and then they pass it on. And now the person who has starts eating, and they're like, this person next to me had 1 bite. They could have taken a whole fish, a whole loaf. Instead, they took a bite and they passed it on. Maybe I'll pass on some to him. And you pass him a fish, and he takes 1 bite off the fish, and then he passes it on. Okay. So then you just keep giving, and then he keeps giving. And it only works because the receiver passes it on. And that's what's missing to some degree. Lots of things are missing. And they're all sat down, you see, which means it's not about organizing it in any particular way. No matter where the food is, no matter where the locus points are distributed, this algorithm gives it to everyone. And in time, the person who has food is going to start receiving food from other people who say, we don't care that you have food, you can have some too. And maybe they try some, Maybe that's nice if there's some variety to it, but then mostly they pass it on to the next person, don't they? So it's efficient and wise and easy, but it's also loving. And it only works because all of the pieces are working together in harmony. It's not all about the giving. It's also about the being able to do it while sitting down. If I have to give and it's a chore, I have to start the institutions and I have to hire the people and I have to make sure the payroll is working and I have to make sure that the money's actually doing good. I'm not just giving anymore, am I? I'm not giving from my wealth. I'm giving from my poverty. I'm not any richer than you when it comes to time. You want my money? How about you give me your time? And then when they pass it on, the second person passes it on when the rich gives to them, and that inspires continued giving, and that's all part of it. So, anyway, Jesus said, "Show me the stone that the builders rejected. That is the keystone." Jesus said, "Those who know all but are lacking in themselves are utterly lacking." Jesus said, "Congratulations to you when you are hated and persecuted, and no place will be found wherever you have been persecuted." Jesus said, "Congratulations to those who have been persecuted in their hearts. They are the ones who have truly come to know the Father. Congratulations to those who go hungry, so the stomach of the one in want may be filled." See, if we all did that, we'd solve our problems. But when we say that, we always think about those who have so much more than us. But the truth is, if those people gave to us, we wouldn't give to those in need either. So it's not about them learning to give, it's all of us learning to give. But then it also has to be paired with wisdom. It's not about the giving only. And you have to be willing to give back to the wealthy again. Say, "Hey, I don't know what to do with this. You take it." Like, "Wow, thank you. I'm not going to give you any more now because you don't know what to do with it. You didn't take it for your own gain. I said keep 1,000 for yourself, give the other 9,000 to those in need. You only found 3 of them and you gave me the other 6,000 back. I'm going to give you another $10,000 in 6 months. You can keep another 1,000 and I bet you can find some more people who need it. And if you don't, you'll just give it back. This is a great deal, right?" So you want to know why there isn't love? It's because there isn't wisdom. You want to know why there isn't wisdom? Well, there isn't love. You want to know the way to get more of both? Is to seek both, balance both, learn from both, and be conscious always of what's missing from what you're doing. That's Pajot's idea of placing the ineffable on top. Jesus said, "Those who know all but are lacking are you." Jesus said, "If you bring forth what is within you, what you have will save you. If you do not have that within you, what you do not have within you will kill you." Yeah, I mean, if raising consciousness really is about harnessing the energy already existent in the materials of our body, but which is being processed inefficiently, then just bring forth what is within you. The whole bliss of the Buddha and all of that, you've got more than enough energy to power that. It's right here. It's just there's a lot of inefficiencies going on, aren't they? And you take a big inefficiency and you call that pain. You take a really big inefficiency, you call that an injury or a sickness. It's all on a spectrum, though. And just as you can be healed from unusual deficits, you can develop unusual heights and depths and integration. And it's not all trade offs. It is a lot trade offs, and you need to learn the wisdom of trade offs. And every part must be willing to give in turn, even though it's a part that's hungry. And just hope and trust that it'll be given to again. Jesus said, "I will destroy this house, and no one will be able to build it." A person said to him, "Tell my brothers to divide my father's possessions with me." He said to the person, "Mister, who made me a divider?" He turned to his disciples and said to them, "I'm not a divider, am I?" Jesus said, "The crop is huge, but the workers are few. So beg the harvest boss to dispatch workers to the fields." Oh, I just know what the New Age people would say about that. They'd say those are the star seeds. It's an interesting thought that it can catch fire. I mean, maybe it didn't really happen the way Jesus wanted it to, or maybe it's been a rather slower fire than intended. There's a lot of talk in the early days about the last days being within decades, Maybe it didn't catch fire the way it was supposed to, and it's taken this long for, because you look at John, the revelator who wrote Revelation, the apocalypse, the unveiling, the revealing. And you think about it I got this idea from Pajot again. And you think about Revelation, the idea that John understands the evolution of people and cultures on such a high level, a profound level, that he can think through how things are going to happen down the future and say, in rough terms, here's what's going to happen. And one way or another, it's going to come to this point. And once it's there, it's going to go through this process. And then one way or another, it's going to come to this point. And he says, one way or another, the Spirit of Christ is now on the earth. And one way or another, that means it has a shadow. And that shadow is the spirit of Antichrist. And then you might say, okay, I understand the nature of Christ from Jesus who taught it to me. Now that the spirits of Christ and Antichrist are in the world, they're going to interact inevitably with whatever is around them in a way that will ultimately cover the earth. It'll be the domain of Christianity in some sense, even if it's the spirit of Antichrist more than Christ, because it's still defined by its Christness. That's still the paradigm under which the culture is operating. And then at some point, it'll be all the way, and it'll be to some degree Christ and to some degree Antichrist. And then who knows? What is John? I'm trying to give an example. Like he somehow knows something about the nature of reality and the nature of Christ's teachings, and he's able to do so. Okay. Then the spirit of Christ or Antichrist will eventually spread. It'll be full. Wherever it's full, he thinks about it and says, oh, the spirit of Christ is so redemptively powerful. I have faith that it will actually eat away at the Antichrist. So it's like, okay, so then the next part, once it gets full, as the Spirit of Christ begins to take over, it gets brighter and brighter, but that casts a darker and darker shadow. And the darker and darker shadow can be, it'll have, and then maybe he figures out somehow that it'll have great power at the governmental level. And he starts talking about the dragon of Revelation and the beast and the Antichrist. And he's like, even as the Spirit of Christ is somehow spread out like never before, that means the shadow is also present like never before. And there's going to eventually be a sort of final battle between those when the final integration happened, when Christ, the Spirit of Christ, ultimately causes integration at the highest level and throughout, despite the opposition of the Antichrist at the highest level, but not throughout, which is its weakness. And then it says, okay, so that's the vague. I can't tell you anybody's names. I can't tell you if it's going to get rich or poor. I can't necessarily tell you all of this, but big picture, these things are going to happen. That's basically John's book of Revelation, thinking in Pajot's terms. And he thinks all the way to the end, and the Spirit of Christ ultimately wins. But there's like a last days before that happens at the pivotal point. And then after the pivotal point, it turns out there's 1,000 years of this or that work going on. So although the success of Christ is the pivotal point, it's not the end of the story. There's still something that's to be done. It's done 1,000 years. And then there's a sort of another the end where that then goes off into eternity or something. And there's the suggestion that the whole earth becomes sort of redeemed during those 1,000 years of the millennium. It becomes like a crystal, a sphere of crystal and fire. Again, with this idea of fire as having a sort of individuality and a spirit and a level of consciousness at the global level. Maybe that's just the human superorganism. Maybe it's bigger than that. Maybe we Once humanity does it, we spread it to all species. Who knows? But if you think of John in that sense, then it says here the crop is huge, but the workers are few. So maybe we could just entertain the idea that Christ even knew this probably isn't really going to work the way I want to. It's not going to catch fire properly and unite the whole world in a brotherhood and sisterhood of balanced order and chaos. A beautifully walled garden. It's like a walled garden, and that makes it less the Tower of Babel and more the Garden of Eden, and that makes it the ladder to heaven, and which is the ladder to earth as well. And the top and the bottom unite, and all of this. And this is the vision, and maybe it could happen really fast in theory. And Christ maybe hoped to do that, and then maybe he said, "It's not going to work. The crop is huge, but the workers are few. The only thing to do is beg the harvest boss to dispatch workers to the fields." And maybe Christ and John were like, "Well, it'll still happen eventually. It's just that it won't happen like a fire. It'll happen like a slow burn." He said, "Lord, there are many around the drinking trough, but there is nothing in the well." Jesus said, "There are many standing at the door, but those who are alone will enter the bridal suite." Jesus said, "The Father's kingdom is like a merchant who had a supply of merchandise and found a pearl. That merchant was prudent. He sold the merchandise and bought the single pearl for himself. So also with you, seek his treasure that is unfailing, that is enduring, where no moth comes to eat and no worm destroys." The pearl is an interesting symbol because it's a sort of perfect sphere and it's white. So you could think of it as a sort of symbol for this unifying, bringing together sort of an idea. Although the diamond seems like a good metaphor for the sort of hierarchy. So maybe what we want is the pearl and the hierarchy. That's a good symbol. And then I want to round it out. I've got a pair. I want an opposite pair. So this one is nice. So the diamond and the pearl are sort of both white, but in different ways. And the diamond isn't really white. Close enough, though. And it's got the structure and the hierarchy that the pearl's lacking. So on the opposite end, we want something like the rainbow. And the rainbow separates the colors, right? So there's an element of hierarchy. Well, there's separation and individuation anyway. So maybe that's the counterpart to the diamond. And then what would be the counterpart to the pearl? I mean, I guess it could just be empty blackness. But that almost seems like too dark to be part of the four for the symbolism. I don't know. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the darkness is really it, man. It's part of it. That's the answer to evil. The answer to evil is it can't all be good or something. I don't know. Jesus said, "I am the light that is over all things. I am all. From me all came forth, and to me all attained. Split a piece of wood. I am there. Lift up the stone, and you will find me there." So this idea of God as love, God is this creative principle of the bringing together of things into higher harmonies that are also more efficient, that give things what they need while also giving them more of what they need and getting something in return that everybody contributes to, and which is then given back to everybody. And that's why you get more in return. Maybe that's the idea. And in some sense, that is not any specific object in the universe, but it is the process out of which literally all structures are, all atoms, all molecules. The molecules, the atoms in your body had to be created through a lengthy, complicated process in the sun. The sun itself had to come into being from other things. All of this differentiation and variety and solidity and eventually narrative and material thinking, intelligent things, channeling consciousness in a way that wasn't around before. It's like that dynamic really is at every level. It's not, something so specific as like combustion or thought, or let's say, I don't know, arithmetic, specific kinds of thoughts, specific kinds of feelings, specific kinds of chemicals or structures or physics. But under all of those is something so simple and so basic that it really is basically present in everything. And it can unite everything. And that it can unite unity and differentiation. And that this is how creation happens. And like it is the light that is not any specific thing, but is in all things. And from it come all things. And then here's the interesting bit. Jesus says, and to me all attained. So there's this idea that in the same way that Christ sustains the multiplicity, because he's willing to channel every spirit of everything. So from him all things come, sure, but then the idea is to him all things attain. Incredibly, if you take any separate selfish impulse and you ride it to the full and extreme end of giving it its absolute version of heaven, it turns out that it ultimately integrates all things. Everybody arrives back at the same location, and it's the same location from which everybody came. So somehow that's creation. And Jesus said, why have you come out to the countryside to see a reed shaken by the wind, and to see a person dressed in soft clothes, like your rulers and your powerful ones? They are dressed in soft clothes, and they cannot understand truth. A woman in the crowd said to him, lucky are the womb that bore you and the breasts that fed you. He said to her, lucky are those who have heard the word of the Father and have truly kept it. For there will be days when you will say, lucky are the womb that has not conceived, and the breasts that have not given milk. See, I like that again with this idea that there's really a good and a bad version of everything. It's not even a blessing to give life or to feed your child. Not categorically. Like maybe it usually is, but there is nonetheless a time to do that and a time not to. And a time to love and a time not to, and a time to hate and a time not to. It's in some sense, on one level, it's like it's evening out all the differentiations between the good and the evil, because it's wiping out the categories. But on the other level, it's refocusing the attention on good and evil like never before, and saying anything you thought was good just because it belonged to a category, hey, you have to go back there and bring your moral consciousness to it and say, look, I don't actually know if I should do this or not. Is it good or isn't it? What does my moral consciousness say? And I experienced this in some sense for the first time when I was like 23 in China. And I just recently spent an hour pacing in my bedroom, thinking through the last arguments for God and concluding none of them really proved anything like my relationship to religion needed to prove itself. And I said, well, I waited for mind changing or new thoughts or answers to prayers or anything. And eventually I said, okay, here we go. Next step, provisional atheist. We'll see how that feels. Seemed to make sense. And I go to the convenience store and I pick something up and I'm suddenly like, I could steal this if I thought I could get away with it. I have never been awake in this way in my life. My whole life, I've looked at stealing and I've known it was wrong because my religion said so, and I had a whole complicated life history of an edifice of why my religion was right. And that answered so many questions for me. And when the rug got pulled out from under my religion, I was left asking those questions for the first time, saying, I no longer have my go-to answer about religion being the reason not to steal this. What is my answer to the freedom I have in this moment to steal if I want and to not if I want? And in my typical style, I didn't make any grand choice. I didn't steal because that was reasonable and safe. And if there was some new wisdom in taking seriously the possibility of theft that I hadn't thought of before, I was perfectly willing to find that out with careful reflection and slow accumulation of understanding. I didn't need to do anything crazy. But, you know, he's like the good and the bad version of being able to feed your kids, the good and the bad version of hating your family, the good and the bad version of everything. You have to bring consciousness to it all, and you can identify. And then there's the coexisting and somewhat paradoxical hierarchy of regularities in patterns of behavior that are demonstrated as deeply as anything can be demonstrated, which is ultimately nothing, and yet it still seems like it means something, and we're going with that. There are regularities of behavior that are known to produce better outcomes than others, and we don't want stupid, pointless suffering and poverty for no reason, even though we could theoretically be okay with it. And we don't want to inflict that on anybody else. So it's the simultaneous matriarchy, patriarchy. It's the equalizing, unifying force, and it's the narrowing, aiming force, and it's both learning from each other and shaping each other and jointly shaping our trajectory through reality. And that is coming right back to something like the Tao, the way of things, the logos, the interplay between masculine and feminine. But maybe it's not those most primally. Maybe you take all the most primal things, up and down and in and out, and masculine and feminine, and you say, all of these were just substrates, conceptual substrates for the actual thing beyond things, the Tao which cannot be named, the necessarily ineffable, and the ultimately chosen pragmatically and through faith, and not because you can ever come to a definite conclusion about anything, let alone the thing it would seem hardest to come to any definite conclusion about. Jesus said, "Whoever has come to know the world has discovered the body, and whoever has discovered the body, of that one the world is not worthy." Jesus said, "Let one who has become wealthy reign, and let one who has power renounce it." Jesus said, "Whoever is near me is near the fire, and whoever is far from me is far from the Father's domain." That's interesting. It makes it sound like the kingdom of heaven is a realm of fire. And this reminds me of the idea that the fires of grace, the fires of hell, are the same fires. Basically, one met with resistance and one with not. This is an idea from Buddhist traditions that suffering is the result of pain multiplied by resistance. And if the resistance is zero, then the pain can be very high, but the suffering is still zero. So there's the fires of grace, which are wonderful and painless. But it's the same outer situation as the fires of hell. And the difference is the consciousness which mediates between it and the fires of grace are not replaced by the perspective of the simulated co-consciousness of Christ. They are redeemed by it. They are made their best by it. They are given everything they want and more, and they learn that they can give more than they thought they could in turn, and that's better. It's better to have had to give more in return for getting more yourself than to decide that you won't receive, but you'll generate whatever you can on your own. You get less. You can refuse to acknowledge the hierarchy of those to whom you give or to whom you would give, depending on what you would give: giving teaching, giving love, giving learning, being a student. And again, we come back to this idea of better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. But you're richer in heaven. You're richer. So what do you say? Relative position or the absolute? But not the rejection of the relative either, I think. I think we want both. Jesus said, "Images are visible to people, but the light within them is hidden in the image of the Father's light. He will be disclosed, but his image is hidden by his light." I guess, I don't know. Jesus said, "When you see your likeness, you are happy. But when you see your images that came into being before you, and that neither die nor become visible, how much you will have to bear." It sounds like he's talking about something like the spirit of your higher self or something. Like in science, in our sort of cultural expansion on science, we sort of have this idea that science expanded our conception of the universe, that religion had this narrow idea that it was all about us or something, and a few thousand years, but really now it's opened up to 14 billion. Maybe I'm just speaking to something of what it was like in my culture, which was going from Christian to atheist. But the Buddhist idea, the 14 billion years of our local universe is nothing. Buddhism is like, you want to know why we believe in reincarnation? It's because we think that this whole universe is the tiniest little speck. All we are saying is that it happens again and again, that it keeps going, and that ultimately something like infinity manifests. And guess what happens in infinity? You an infinity number of times. So when we're saying you come back into being, and then we say, no, it's nothing too complicated. Just imagine the literal molecules and atoms and so forth, and teachings and culture and all of the things necessary to come together in exactly the same way again to produce exactly you. And you might say, that's absurd. 14 billion years in the whole universe isn't enough. And they're like, yeah, that's why it's a speck. It's a heck of a lot more than 14 billion years. But as far as we're concerned, it's forever. And guess what? In forever, yep, it just happens the normal material way. Nothing especially magical or mystical. We're talking regular old deterministic physics, and all we're saying is it keeps going until it repeats itself. So here you are again. And is there any room to do it any differently? Is that what consciousness's role is? To say, first time through life, we saved the happiest layers. Second time, we're going to save the second happiest. We're going to proceed down until we get to the very end, but we don't know until we reach the end which layers will refuse to ever be saved, to refuse to ever be inhibited. They're so convinced of their dissociated view that they refuse to give in. The key, of course, is not to give in, but to harmonize, to integrate both the unique and important view from the inside of the separate individual, which is necessary for creation, and the sort of deeper and truer and higher perspective. And if your spirit is sort of this you that always comes back, and maybe comes back with small differences, that's your likeness. Maybe Jesus is talking about here. When you see your likeness, you're happy. When you see your spirit, the you-ness, you see your you-ness in other people, and you say, that's what I like, that's what I want. But when you see your images that came into being before you, and neither die nor become visible, this sort of higher self. In Buddhist traditions, this might be your causal body. Carries around your karma, and you, in basically your shape, comes back in a trillion infinite lifetimes. And when you realize all of those, and you realize the higher self that stays the same, how much you will have to bear. All of the little fish that you invest in that get tossed back, all of the seed you throw that die or grows and is choked and eaten and destroyed. All of the meaning invested that came to meaninglessness. And yet at the higher level, this is all part of the learning process. And sometimes it's the little fish you waste your time on that turn into the whale. So you got to do it all, I guess. We're at 84 verses in. 85 to 114. I'm going to skim a little. Here's an interesting one. 91. They said to him, "Tell us who you are so that we may believe in you." He said to them, "You examine the face of heaven and earth, but you have not come to know the one who is in your presence, and you do not know how to examine the present moment." There's that idea again. The kingdom of heaven is right here. But I don't like this idea. I don't know, maybe it's true, but I don't like this idea of the instantaneous enlightenment that you don't have to be suffering right now. It can all just be over. And it's like, no, there's a state in which that other consciousness wouldn't suffer given your life circumstances, but you have your life circumstances and you're you. And given your state, it's very natural to suffer. And you should be focused not on this fanciful and possibly just false idea that, of course, you could be enlightened right now if you just realized it. But realize that no, there's actually a path that needs to be computed from here to there. And the right next step is to compute that next step as well as you can, and not to feel like your suffering is somehow unnecessary. "95. Jesus said, if you have money, don't lend it at interest. Rather, give it to someone from whom you won't get it back, presumably someone in need." Jesus said, the Father's kingdom is like a woman. She took a little leaven, hid it in dough, and made it into large loaves of bread. Anyone here with 2 ears had better listen. Again, this idea that Jesus was sort of giving this, an infection comes to term, but there's probably a more positive word. A little leaven, it'll eventually spread. The Spirit is here, and that means it's just a matter of time now. A matter of time and friction and resistance and suffering along the way, but ultimately just a matter of time. Although he might have hoped it could have been faster. All right. Here's one I have no idea. 98. Jesus said, "The kingdom of heaven is like a person who wanted to kill someone powerful. While still at home, he drew his sword and thrust it into the wall to find out whether his hand would go in. Then he killed the powerful one." Hmm. Hmm. The Pharisees are like a dog sleeping in the cattle manger. The dog neither eats nor lets the cattle eat. Fascinating. Jesus said, "Congratulations to those who know where the rebels are going to attack. They can get going, collect their imperial resources, and be prepared before the rebels arrive." That could be a very interesting political statement, although I suppose you could also think of it in terms of if you know some sort of assault upon your consciousness or willpower is coming, you get ready. 105. Jesus said, "Whoever knows the father and the mother will be called the child of a whore." Hmm. Jesus said, "The father's imperial rule is like a shepherd who had 100 sheep. One of them, the largest, went astray." Okay, that's an interesting detail that wasn't mentioned in the other Gospels. "He left the 99 and looked for the one until he found it. After he had toiled, he said to the sheep, 'I love you more than the 99.'" So again, we have the same idea of the scatter exploration and then the selected path through the best one. That's us. That's all of life in some sense. It's the scattered exploration of possibilities. Ultimately, something like improvising on the theme of what came before, right? It's the scattered out from the point, and the point is the prompted lens of your own perception, your conditioning, your biases, your thoughts, your feelings, your everything, shaping the lens through which you perceive the same reality. And then, whatever that prompt is, you can generate lots of different ideas, just thoughts, intentions, anything. And you feel out how each little possible change to your structure feels. And then one of them gets lost. And you go after that one. And maybe its lostness actually means that it has found another spirit to follow. And when you follow it, you find it, and you find its spirit, and you find in that spirit that which was not within yourself, and that which you can integrate into yourself. So it seems to me that Jesus comes back to this point several times on basically the nature of consciousness, and he seems to he suggests that there's something better about being the big sheep or the big fish or the fruitful crop. This is, I don't know, on the one of the Buddhist idea, you might say nothing ultimately matters. Now we're saying no, it's even better than that. But then the idea is that with the better than that also comes something more serious than that in some sense, maybe. I don't know. It's like there are stakes of some kind, like the universal salvation, the love, the whatever. None of it means that there are no stakes. Maybe everybody gets a certain bare minimum. I don't know. But the idea of being the bigger fish or the bigger sheep and storing up treasure in heaven and having that when you die. I don't know. Jesus seems to be suggesting that all of this is not simply to be dismissed as a meaningless difference. Jesus said, damn the flesh that depends on the soul. Damn the soul that depends on the flesh. Maybe they need to be separated, the profoundest bits or something. His disciples said to him, when will the Father's imperial rule come? It will not come by watching for it. It will not be said, look here or look there. Rather, the Father's kingdom is spread out upon the earth, and people don't see it. And then it ends with this. Simon Peter said to him, make Mary leave us, for females don't deserve life. Jesus said, look, I will guide her to make her male, so that she too may become a living spirit resembling you males. For every female who makes herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven. And that didn't make any more sense in context. And also, the preceding context doesn't seem to have any relation to this rather unusual ending note. Very, very interesting. All right, there we are. Commentary on the Gospel of Thomas, which, I would have been more inclined to dismiss before on the theory that, whatever made it into the canon was probably better. But now that I understand that the book is just a list of 100 sayings, I'm like, okay, well, that's not really the kind of book they included in the New Testament, is it? So maybe it makes sense they don't include that. And maybe it doesn't mean it's any less reliable than the other Gospels. It's just not a narrative. It's more of a collection of things he said. But it's interesting that the Gospels, some of those sayings were in the Gospels, a good chunk of them, but a lot of them weren't. And the ones that weren't in the other Gospels sometimes seemed to be the ones that were more mystical, it was easier to tell they weren't completely literal. It makes me wonder if people ought to study those alongside the other Gospels more and be like, look, the Gospels all basically did the same thing. They attempted to compress Jesus' life down into the most important bits. Maybe that's the most important story to tell, but it's not the most thorough story to tell. It leaves almost everything out. So, here's a collection of 100 things. I don't know if they were all the most important things he ever said, but it certainly rounds out the picture and makes it a lot easier to interpret the more famous records of his doings and sayings as well. And I don't know. I grew up raised part Mormon, part Baptist, and I've heard a whole lot about different denominations figuring out the right answer, including the Mormons, whose whole origin story is about Joseph Smith going through that experience and then deciding to just ask God and then receiving what he received from that. But none of what I sort of heard in terms of common debates seemed to touch on this element of things which feels more spiritual, more philosophical. It feels like it's doing and providing something that's missing in the standard understanding of these things, at least as I was exposed to it, and I had plenty of exposure. So, it makes me wonder again if trying to prove the validity of a thing based on how much it resembles what the apostles thought is a mistake because they didn't understand when he was there. Maybe they didn't really understand when he was gone. The Spirit might have been the thing that would ultimately lead to the truth of all things, but that doesn't mean that it led them to those things. And obviously, it didn't lead them to the truth of all things. So maybe The reason Christianity is so sporadic in its transformative capacity is that it's not really the way it would be if Christ were teaching it and clarifying the things we thought we understood. And maybe there's a very important sense in which we need to place the ineffable at the top of the hierarchy in some sense. I don't know how to think about the top of the hierarchy business, but at least it should play a key role in our decision making and allow us to have a continual openness to correction, like John Vervaeke's been focusing and cultivating, and say, I feel like I know everything. I feel like I've got it all worked out and all the explanations, and I know which one's authoritative and which one makes sense. But it doesn't. Look at the world. Is it too much to ask for the perfect thing from the perfect God to do better than this for the world? Where is it? Where is the work being done? Seems like the work isn't being done like it was back then. And maybe that's because it was a little bit different and we don't know everything. We don't know as much as we think we know. And if we did, we could do a lot better. And eventually we're going to have to figure out how to do better if we make it that long. And when we find the answers, we'll find probably the things that we've been missing all along. We'll find that there ultimately was a truth. There ultimately was a way things worked. But it was a lot more powerful than we were giving it credit for, because we were taking our best guesses and calling it perfection. And when it didn't do anything, we said, well, that's just because everybody's so sinful or something. And it's like, I think they'd be a lot less sinful if Jesus were walking around doing the stuff he was doing. A lot of people in Jesus' time were like, eh. And then he was like, here is extremely convincing proof. And they were like, that works. That would probably work today if it were happening, but it's not. No tradition does this. No tradition, religious, spiritual, otherwise, can, as far as we can tell, they just don't have the miraculous powers they seem like they should have. But the metamodern analysis, cross-culturally, cross-religious traditions, that does seem very fruitful. And I don't know where it will take us. And to some degree, I don't have to know. And to some degree, I feel like it would be a waste of time to know exactly, because whatever I come up with today, by the time I've changed tomorrow, it'll all be rewritten. So I'm going to have to figure out how to think about things with that reality in mind. But final note, maybe we need to place the ineffable in our analyses and our decision procedures in a bigger way, and maybe even break down the good and the bad along category lines and revivify it along, I don't know, unique moment lines. We'll need a better vocabulary than that, but the idea would be nothing is good just because it's a certain type of behavior. You have to look at the individual moment. And nothing is bad just because it's a certain type of behavior. This touches on, like, I think Paul said something like, what is this? Titus? Let me look up Titus 1:15, I think. Unto the pure, all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure, but even their mind and conscience is defiled. So the idea being, there's a good and a bad version of literally everything, which means that if Christ had to go through literally everything, including sins, he would do it in the good way, and that would work out fine. And you could literally do everything Christ did, but if you were doing it in the bad way, it wouldn't be right either. So it's an opening up in one sense, and it's a narrowing in another, that says, bring your judgment of the good and the bad to everything, and accept the responsibility of measuring that against prevailing wisdom and against category stereotypes of what's good and what's bad, and practice trying to see deeper into the good than you have been taught, because that is your edge of growth personally, and it is your contribution to culture, to take everything you learn and then add your consciousness and your unique perspective to it and say, mostly yes, but some of these generalities are wrong, and here are some insights, and there's a better good than what I've been delivered, and I've helped create it. And whatever the answer is to our problems, it's somewhere out there. It's not here where we already have it. So maybe this kind of attitude and this sort of relationship with the inevitable is the way we need to adjust if we're going to have any hope of navigating this end of an empire transition we're going through, which will either end in the usual destruction and chaos, or it will do what every empire could have done, but which none have done so far in recorded history, and we could we could integrate the wisdom that's come before, and we could inspire ourselves to give love a better chance, better than it's been tried. Try it again, try it better, try it with more wisdom, try it again, try it informed by the latest progression in human thinking. And I don't know what we'll find, but I don't think anybody's going to be able to predict what happens over the next couple of years with AI. And the next few years after that are even more unpredictable. And after that, we don't even know what life will look like. So maybe if we start getting ready, we can handle it as best as we can, and maybe that'll be enough, and maybe it won't. But if we're lucky, doing our best will not just be a sacrifice, but it will be the best thing we could be doing with our time along the way anyway. It'll be the most fulfilling, the most satisfying, the best way to live out our time, however long that is, as individuals and as societies. The future is uncertain, but there's potential now too. Potential like never before. And if we get this right, AI could connect us like never before, and that could be all the blessing it could be, and none or as little as possible of the horrible, horrible disaster it could be. And this may be the window of opportunity. This may be our last chance to influence how the AI will be shaped before it reshapes us forever. And we really, really don't know. We really don't know about this. A lot of people seem to think about a horror scenario and then conclude it's probably wrong. And so their take, so to speak, basically becomes denying that the worst will happen. And a lot of people respond by insisting that the worst will happen or might happen. And we get stuck, and it's completely unproductive, because it is a waste to focus on the fact that whatever is going to happen, you can probably imagine a horror scenario even worse. What we need to be focusing on, though, is not that we are safe from the horror scenarios we can imagine, because those are too unlikely, and maybe they are. What we need to focus on is that it is going to be very disruptive no matter what. And it already is very disruptive. And even if it stopped getting better right now, it would change the world so deeply that we would need to be on our very best behavior and bring our very best game to play in order to resolve it without horrible, horrible side effects along the way. And we're going to have to face all of that, plus the unimaginable level of change that's going to come with it getting even more and more developed. And we're not going to have time to integrate the changes. So this could really be a key window. And the people who get to decide what it looks like, the people who are influencing what it's going to look like, we need to do whatever we can to increase the chance that they will make the relevant decisions with the most seriousness and benevolence they can. And that might include changing our stories and viewing them more sympathetically and being a little bit less haughty in our moral judgments about them just because maybe they deserve it. But we need whatever will work. And if they are the relevant decision makers, then we can only hope that they act with the greatest love and wisdom of their lives. And no matter how much they deserve something other than that, I think the stakes are such that we should just do our best because we want the best result we can get. And we don't need any excuses, and we don't want any excuses for doing anything less than our best. All right. Well, let's wrap that up.